Welcome everybody. It's day 3 of the hearing on Plan Change 23. Today we're going to hear from remaining submitters, including the expert evidence on behalf of the Oruhau Residents Group. Following that, we will be hearing from the council reporting officers who will be providing their responses to what they have heard through the hearing and any changes that may have made to their recommendations. And I understand that some summaries were distributed last night and put on the webpage. Obviously, there's other people to hear from yet, so those responses may still change during the course of the day. After that, we are scheduled to hear from the applicant in terms of providing their right of reply. They may or may not choose to do that here. They may choose to do that in writing at a later date. It will depend on where things lay at that point. So, without further ado, our first submitter for the day is Conrad Ling, appearing on behalf of Debbie Ling and Heidi King.
Right, good morning. My name is Conrad Ling, and I am speaking on behalf of Debbie Ling and my sister Heidi Ling. Thank you for the opportunity to share an insight into how our lives will change from this development and how, as we live the rest of our years here at 18 Teeps Road. In 1996, my parents bought the property as an old abandoned house where animals have been living for a number of years. They bought the property with a dream of a lifestyle away from the hustle and bustle of town from where they had come from. My dad spent every night and every weekend working on the house to get it to a standard where we could move in. After a little over a year of living with my grandparents, we moved out to the wide open space of 18 Teeps Road, a property where we could use our outside voices all day and the neighbours wouldn't hear us, where we would swim in the Styx River and shoot rabbits in the paddocks, a property where there was no noise and the stars were bright every night without the light pollution from town. Although we were able to move into the house, it was far from finished. Every night for 7 years, my parents would push their mattress down from the hallway and make their bed in the living room. Finally, they saved enough money and built the master bedroom onto the house, again by my dad all by himself after work and on the weekends. In the meantime, my mum set her mind to creating a garden fit for a magazine, trees and plants of all colours and shapes that made the place feel like home. The farm has been a toil of hard work to achieve a dream that my parents had so long ago. Unfortunately, we lost my dad at 56 to a heart attack 14 years ago, which led my wife and I, as newlyweds, to move back out to the farm with my mum. Our plan of 2 years went by very fast, and after 14 years and 2 children of our own, we couldn't think of anywhere else that would be better for our daughters to be raised. The farm has served many purposes over the years, from weddings to funerals and parties, and if my mum ever met you in the supermarket, I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't invited home for dinner. On our small oasis, we run cows, sheep, free-range chickens, beehives, and a large population of free-range quail. We also have a large orchard and hazelnut grove. We're often using chainsaws, tractors, machinery around the property, as well as having contractors visit the property to manage the jobs that we can't. Our small community is a very important part of living in Oruhau, as most residents have been here for a very long time, and hopefully after hearing everyone speak, you can see why. As a 7-year-old, I would feed George and Heather Nimmo's cats and help out on the local dairy farm. We'd walk safely down the quiet streets and stop for a chat along the way, often commenting on how lucky we are from the hustle and bustle of the world. And now, if this goes through, my daughters will miss out on the childhood that they could have had because of a couple of people that want to earn a bit more money from a development. When we first learned of this plan change, our initial thought was surely after what we have been through with the earthquakes, no one would actually come up with the idea of developing a subdivision on a property so close to the coast and so close to the river. But after reading the submitter's COVID-19 fast-track proposal under the background change, section 14, as investigations progressed, a range of constraints emerged, including flooding issues, limited infrastructure, and challenges posed by fragmented land ownership. And it sounds like the fast-track guys had the same idea. As you have heard, and I'm sure you hear more, that the issues have not gone away. These are still very relevant issues for this to be dismissed. In section 9, the applicant also comments that commitment to delivering developments that are safe, functional, and responsive to the needs of the future residents of the wider community. I'm sure that, as you have read in the 67 submissions, the community submissions, and heard from those in the room yesterday and today, that this is not a need for our community or our residents. As I mentioned, we grew up swimming in the Styx River and continue to spend many hours through the summer in the river. Over the last 20 years, we have witnessed the river deteriorate from one of the cleanest urban rivers in New Zealand to that of one of the lowest qualities. Developments throughout the catchment have seen the river turn from crystal clear water to sediment-filled water, high levels of E. coli, nitrates, metals, and pollution. I've witnessed native invertebrates disappear from the area. Native kora, which we used to have high populations, diminish. Ininga, kanakana, and plenty of other species that have been affected by these developments. Developments like this produce large amounts of silt, which has a direct link to the degradation of the waterways. Fine silt clouds the water, covering our native shellfish and making it hard for everything to find food. Silt clogs the gills of our native fish, and as stated by Annabelle Coates, our populations are declining. I've found large amounts of dead kakihi, which are the freshwater shellfish, in the river as we swim. Our jobs as the kaitiaki, or the guardians of our resources, I feel this development, although it looks good on paper, will not be beneficial, or will not have a beneficial outcome. As mentioned many times throughout Annabelle's report, there is an increasing trend of fine sediment cover in the Styx River and other rivers in the Greater Christchurch area. The comment she makes can be mitigated through, as mentioned many times. This comment looks great on paper as well, however the reality of its implementation is flawed. I'm a builder by trade and have worked on many sites around Christchurch where sediment control is implied, but due to the hustle and bustle of the job is usually one of the lowest priorities. If these mitigations were put in place, the quality of the Styx River would still be running at as the cleanest urban river in New Zealand. When Preston's was developed, they had mitigation systems in place, yet our river was filled with silt and pollution. They exposed more aquifers, increasing the water levels in the river. And if you look on the back of the paper there, I just have got a couple of photos that show my two daughters there sitting on the water, and you can see how clear the water is. And then you can also see the other side of what the river looks like. This isn't flood times, this isn't extra water runoff from anywhere. This is just a day where people working up the river. And it's really, really hard, it hurts when we see this. I've put many kind of emails into ECAN about it, and unless there's a direct source to mitigate it from, nothing can really be done. When we talk about the runoff from a subdivision like this, every car that is washed, every fertiliser sprayed and laid on the lawn and garden, the runoff over all the new roofs and asphalt will drag that pollution into the drains and into the river. Settling ponds will reduce the amount of what goes in, but it never stops it, as that's what we have observed. We've observed oil running down the tops of the river, where we've had to hop out of swimming in there because of the pollution that comes down. After walking through the paddocks and the adjacent farms as well over the years, the quality of the land that's over there, the earthquake produced very large cracks, and that almost to the size where I could hop into them. across the farmland. There is also, underneath the land that was being there, areas where I would walk and hunt would be car bodies and fridges and all sorts of rubbish that has been buried over the time that now is perfectly fine, looks like great land, but deep down underneath it is terrible stuff that in the event of earthquakes and anything like that, the land will perform very poorly. In addition to the runoff from these 800 homes, this will cause issues to our water table, flooding issues around the Styx River as well. Currently, flooding has been an issue in the area for some years, and adding more water to the river is going to add to these increases. These flooding issues don't impact just our family on our property, but the larger community. Allowing this development will only make the flooding worse and have huge safety concerns for the current residents. Currently, when flooding occurs, Lower Styx Road completely floods over to the point where it's near impossible to drive across. The other way, to Cheney's Corner, the floods at the train track blocks the road, and Brooklands floods shutting the main roads out of there. So in the event of large rainfall and a major event that might happen at the similar time, the whole of Arua, Spenceville, and now another 1,400 cars would need to evacuate over a one-lane bridge and out through Turners Road. The reverse urbanisation can have a real effect on us who use farming equipment and have loud, smelly animals. Once a development like this is established, these everyday sounds and smells can be used against us by the people who move in and don't like to hear these noises or smells. As a hobby farmer, tractors, excavators, chainsaws and animals may breach the noise control limits of urban living. These are all necessary parts of our lifestyle and livelihood. And the addition of the added noises from the 800 homes, house alarms, car alarms, dogs barking, doors slamming, people having arguments, are all things that will disrupt our lifestyle. If you walk through most built-up subdivisions, these are the common sounds that you will hear. Alongside this, the poor air quality from chimneys, heat pumps, car exhausts, and the water quality or insufficient water availability to our artesian well. The fear of rezoning spreading in the area is a great threat to us once again. Our properties are zoned for properties that are zoned urban residential. We won't be able to afford to pay rates on our land and we're forced to sell. This is seen in the current developments as well for the four sections on the corner. The proposal suggests that there is a high demand for development in this area. However, there's no evidence provided. In fact, because of the red zoning of Brooklands and associated earthquake damage in the area, there is natural caution from potential buyers to commit to this area. The council has already made it clear that the long-term plan has identified sufficient land zone for development over the next 30 years. Supply of subdivision type housing is everywhere and full of for sale signs. Christchurch has around 2,000 homes for sale currently, and 1,000 of these are new homes. In an article from the Business Desk, high density housing has taken so long to sell that homes are losing their new status name and leaving developments sitting on the market and builders walking off jobs. This affects new home buyers who are looking for 20% funding for their homes, whereas once they have lost that status, it's 30%. In regards to Arua Model School, I've been a parent and a board member at the school, and finishing my time there in 2024, the school started its decline from around 85 students. As surveyed by the community, the ethos and the special character of the school is built up around its rural location, its small school feel, and which brings a range of students from around the community. As my wife and I are teachers, we offered numerous amounts of time for extracurricular activities around the Styx River. We had an input from local businesses to fund 9 kayaks to take the kids down the river and learn the skills in the local swimming pool. I feel the Commissioner of Arua School has lost the sight of why our school is in the area. The school is not to be another large 200 to 300 pupil school. This school is here to provide a small classroom experience and a semi-rural lifestyle that gives opportunities that other large primary schools cannot give. In conclusion, this development will have severe effect on our property, our environment, and on our life. An effect that will change the way we live and operate, and we have worked so hard to build. I think I just missed. Did I miss a page there?
So there was a section where you seemed to
I think I just.
divert from something.
I skipped a page. It was sorry.
I think you might have
I think I turned right over.
I was going to ask you that, whether there was a different version of what
Oh
you...
yes.
That's where you stopped
Yeah.
Was it?
talk to the photo.
Oh yeah. No, I did too. Oh, I'm very sorry.
2/3 of page 2.
I'm very sorry about that.
What did the-
Oh, there. Sorry. Back on page 2.
That's right.
Oh, I got a bit caught up. Oh yes, our location is a piece of paradise, and one of the wonderful things we love about living here has been a huge part of my wife's recovery from where we almost lost her 4 years ago to a brain surgery from a tumour. Her recovery has been very slow, and noise is a major contributor to her migraines, seizures and swelling. Oh. Living in the peace and quiet has played a massive part to the start of her recovery, and I hope it will continue into the future. The length of the construction time against the boundary would probably mean we would have to move from the property and find somewhere else to live on one wage. The roll-on effect would mean my mum would need to leave as well. Looking after the property on her own is financially and physically impossible. We are sheltered by an incredible shelter belt that protects our property from the easterly winds that blow fresh off the ocean. Our hedge, which stands nearly 9 metres, runs the full 300 metres of our driveway and gives protection to our animals and our property. With the proposed development, access to the main hedge would be near impossible to keep for the upkeep. We would hate to lose an essential asset to our farm because of new houses that get shaded from our trees and access. If granted, the new houses would be built up along the fence line, and we would need to achieve appropriate foundation levels in the surrounding area, and they would need to be built up to accommodate. As you can see in the images that are provided up on here, our last couple of years, truckloads of soil have been brought into the neighbouring property and built up. The effects have seen flooding so high, in more than one occasion. In the photos you can see the effects of the flooding. Flooding that so high I had water coming into my van as I tried to drive out of our driveway. Our paddocks were flooded. Here's my daughter sitting in our water in our driveway and our paddocks. The flooding so high I had it coming into my van, and our paddocks were flooded, and we needed to move animals to higher ground. The feed was damaged as the water spread across into our barn. Not only was this happening along our driveway, but also up the start of the house. Neighbours across the road had septic tanks overflowing, and raw sewage was spreading into the waterways when their septic tanks overflow. When we think about runoff from these subdivisions like this, it has a huge impact on their surrounding houses. So in conclusion, this development will have a severe effect on our lifestyle, our property, our environment, and on our community. An effect that will change the way we live and operate on a property we have worked so hard to build and keep. Thank you for listening to my statement today and giving us the opportunity to fight to keep these properties, our environment safe from this development. And who knows, we might even bump into you at the shops one day, and I'm sure you'd be invited home to sit in the peace and quiet and enjoy a cup of tea. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's fine. I might have some reasons where. There was one or two parts there which weren't contained in the information that the copy that I got in front of me. Have you updated that?
Which ones were those?
There was the bits about items and about fridges and things being placed.
I haven't got my original one.
Yeah.
Did I talk about land quality?
You've got a
contamination?
heading saying ECAN ... I suspect there might have been a section missing there.
I had I've been talking to the guys at ECAN.
Yeah.
And I didn't make that.
Ah, so that was ad libbing. Yeah.
But yes,
Yep. That's right.
thought I had talked about contamination in there, but
that's fine.
yes, sorry.
Now your property,
Yes.
it's in Teeps Road. So
Yeah, I think I put a map. Is the picture of the map there? So we are.
to
We run up the hedge
southeast.
line
Yeah.
to the river from Teeps Road.
Yes.
And our boundary, I think, has about 15 houses up that line.
Yeah. So it's the southeast side of the site,
Yes.
but majority of it would be against what's going to be the open space part of the lower terrace. Is that, you go
yeah,
right down
there's
to the river, don't you?
Yeah, so there's that housing section just up the
Yeah.
property there. There's a ponding at the front near our driveway.
Yeah. So you are the site immediately to the southeast corner.
Yeah, these ones here. This is our property here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
How big is that site?
8 acres.
8 acres.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, 8 acres.
And it's been farmed. It's quite, 8 acres is about 2.5 hectares, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so we do cows, sheep, we got chickens, we got the hazelnut groves, and the orchards, yeah, on there as well as the beehives that are at the moment are dormant.
And you contain land on both the upper and the lower terraces,
Yeah, that whole section, yeah.
yeah. So when you're talking about the ponding occurring on your site,
Yes,
is that at a comparable level to the upper terraces where the housing development is to take place?
yes, yeah. So if I can point it out on here, this was where the flooding was from all the way up our driveway to about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, all out. This whole paddock here was flooded in through here, and this up in here.
Okay. And at the bottom part of the site, adjacent to the river, I'm presuming that floods
Yes,
more
down here. So
regularly being on the lower terrace.
The house is about here,
Yeah.
and we get flooding all down in this lower terrace,
Yeah.
down and around here.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And that is also where the septic line is and run as well through.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The issues that you've raised in relation to sedimentation of the river and impacts of on flooding and overflows have been raised by a lot of other people already.
Yes.
So I won't ask any further questions
Yes,
on those
yep.
because it's very much a live issue in front of us.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, no, and it's like we live in the river with my daughters,
Yeah.
so it's a big part of our life. Yeah, this river.
Okay. Okay. Now I've got a good picture from where you are, and obviously of the personal value that you
Yeah, yes.
family have on that site, the long history on that site.
Yes,
Very much
indeed.
appreciate to hear from you on that.
No,
Thank you.
very good. Appreciate your time on it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Our next person to hear from is Tammy Wells, and I understand that's by way of a video.
Got all of it.
Yep.
She printed them all.
Okay.
Things like this. Really? Oh. Well, that's all that we share. Thank you. Oh, there's another one.
Now, the submission that I've received here, so it's not going to be read out. That's correct. No one's going to read it out on behalf. Or is it the same wording as?
The video?
Yes.
Yes, so it's the same wording as what's in the video.
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There is one difference. I think she said 600 instead of 6,000 or 60 instead of 600. But the printed copy is the real one.
Okay. That's it. Okay, we'll play the video.
Kia ora, my name is Tammy Wells, and my husband Michael and I have lived on Turners Road west of the proposed development for over 41 years. Our property was originally a run-off block for the family dairy farm and now has a neighbour's cattle grazing on the land. We have extensive gardens, open to garden clubs and retirement villages, in which showcase Michael's sculptures made of cotton steel. I grew up on Lower Styx Road, my mother's property alongside the Styx River, an opposite part of the proposed site. As children, we made huts by the river, caught whitebait and trout, kayaked and swam. My husband Michael was brought up in the same area. We met at a local 21st in the old Spencerville Hall. My mother's land was market gardened. My grandparents trained racehorses. Michael's family were dairy farmers on Spencerville Road. His great-grandparents moving from Greendale to take up dairying. This is our whenua, somewhere that's in our DNA and very, very dear to us. I'm really glad to be here today, even in this form. It's important you see us for a few minutes and hear our passion and our dedication for this beautiful area. Your decision could affect our lives immeasurably. As Michael was fourth generation farming, I take exception to one of the supporting submitters, developers, referring to the proposed site as not highly productive land. This not highly productive land supported Michael's immediate family of 6, his cousins next door of 5, plus his grandparents. I'd say that was perfectly adequate for all concerned. Nurtured with care and respect, the land certainly gave back. The actual ownership structure of the proposed development is unclear to me, as the applicant LMM Investments only appears to have ownership of 64 hectares out of the whole development site, which is considerably larger. Okay, on to my submission. The proposed housing intensification. Arua Spencerville has been a quiet rural area, historically with dairy farms, tractors, hay rakes and the odd stock truck. An absolute joy to live in, where you knew and you waved to your neighbours. I value my space and the rural aspect. The assault of 800 homes, mostly on very small sections, would have enormous impact on everything. Since Canterbury's earthquakes, where we live has become part of the tsunami inundation zone, our road even appearing on GeoNet. Why would the council knowingly allow people to live en masse in an area that they cannot exit quickly? Not something that we knew pre-quakes, of course, but perhaps entirely inappropriate to knowingly grant permission now. How do 600 plus vehicles evacuate the area quickly if required? My understanding that water pushes up the river in a tsunami event, hence up the Waimak and up the Styx River. What happens to homes nearest the floodplain? We've actually already had to evacuate during the Kaikoura earthquakes. An ex-neighbour who had a garden nursery closer to the proposed site said even in a small amount of rain, one end of the nursery would flood. They hired a submersible pump to remove the water, then they had to buy one as they'd flood each time there was a rain event due to the high water table. Michael, after the Spencerville farm sold, farmed up at Kaiapoi next to Woodford Glen. He was at the farm for September the 4th, 2010's massive quake and rang to say that there were geysers around the cow shed. Then later, when it was light, found 3-metre lateral spread of the land due to it being surrounded by the Waimak, the Kaiapoi and the Cam rivers. The rivers make a difference to how the land behaves, as we all now know. 130 large truckloads of liquefaction were removed from severely badly affected paddocks. This went on to happen many times after each significant quake. Here on Turners Road, we had liquefaction in our paddocks as well, pushing up small anthills across parts of the farm, all similar land to the proposed subdivision. I'm concerned about all the hardscaping of the proposed homes, driveways, roading and pathways too, designed to push water away from the new properties, not only out into the floodplain, but also into the existing properties of my neighbours and I. As a local resident, I've observed large numbers of trucks over numerous years dumping soil into the proposed site. This unregulated fill is also commented on in the specialist reports I see. I believe this will have compounded the existing flood problems. We seem to have repeated severe rain events now, namely the Coromandel, Auckland, Northland, Tauranga, Nelson and Wellington most recently. And we'll get it too one day. My sister-in-law, Vanessa Wells, has recently produced and directed an amazing documentary film about the increasing instability of the sea ice in Antarctica. Emotional and sobering. Mighty Indeed is now free to air with Radio New Zealand, but we see sea level ramifications on TV already, most recently in Gore Bay, Leithfield and Amberley Beaches. James Renwick, Victoria University Professor of Climate Science, was on national radio on Monday the 13th of April. And he said that from a risk management point of view, we need to be thinking nationally about where are our communities. Where is it going to be safe from coastal inundation, river flooding, etc.? He said that there's the potential for biblical, unmanageable levels of rainfall, maybe twice as much as we get now going forward. On Thursday, the 30th of April, Craig McElroy, General Manager of Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience at Auckland Council, was also on national radio, and he talked about the amount of rainfall we're seeing and its regularity. He said we need to plan for the worst case scenario, then work backwards. He said climate change is now a given, that we're moving into a new future and history is almost irrelevant flooding-wise. Referencing the 77 mils of rain in 1 hour in Wellington last month, he said, quote, "We've got to think about a new way to manage stormwater because I can assure you building bigger pipes won't work because we know we're going to get even bigger events coming." All this possibly into a floodplain that may have been compromised. It seems exceptionally reckless. And just to point out that it floods across our own paddocks when the Styx River pushes up our drain in heavy rain. There are no services out here, no footpaths or bus links or transport. Shops are on the proposal, but they're not a priority to begin with, I believe. My little local church in Marshland canvassed the residents of Preston subdivision as it grew over the years, and in those early days, residents expressed a feeling of isolation and loneliness. They didn't know their neighbours who went away to work each day. They said there wasn't a sense of community and nowhere to meet other locals. They missed a bus route and shops and cafes. This took years to rectify. And anyway, who wants to walk 3 kilometres to Preston subdivision just to catch a bus and then walk 3 kilometres home? Increase in traffic. I walk most days on our wee road and enjoy the quiet and observing the wildlife. An increase in traffic would devastate our little rural road. It's narrow, it has small berms in parts and no footpaths. My husband's and my own safety, my extended family, the safety of my neighbours and their children and the Arua school children, be it walking, cycling, horse riding or driving on our road, is really of paramount importance to me and a major concern. Turners Road was damaged by liquefaction in parts after the quake, as I've said. A section beside our property was resealed in the past year, but this remains noisy, particularly with all the trucks which bang and crash as they negotiate the fix job. This shakes our home and is loud and jarring, particularly when the trucks are returning empty. and this is just the current trucks. How on earth would our wee road cope with all the subdivision work vehicles, followed then by the residents' cars and service vehicles to come, let alone their emissions? I don't believe our little rural road has the capacity. It would be dangerous. Vehicles overlap as it is and often cross the centre line, and many choose to ignore the 60-kilometre limit. I believe it would be absolutely imperative to channel all associated traffic across a new Styx River Bridge onto Lower Styx Road, which was upgraded for Preston subdivision, should this be accepted. Light and sound. I treasure our dark sky here in Aruia and the ability to see the moon and the stars so clearly. When I'm flying home to Christchurch at night, Turners Road is the little dark spot north of Bottle Lake Forest and Preston subdivision, a little oasis in the darkness. The proposal would increase the light pollution due to the sheer volume of homes and the associated vehicles and street lighting. It would also diminish the habitat for our kingfishers, pied stilts, the little brown owls and the frogs that I hear at night. I want to keep hearing the frogs and the owls, and I want to hear the ocean, roaring as it sometimes does. I want to hear the pheasant in our paddock, the cattle, the coastal Pacific at Cheney's Corner, not the din of more traffic and humanity. The increase of noise from the proposal, firstly in its development of the farmland and then onto its construction, all prior to any homeowners and or tenants moving in, would be an immense loss for my community and its soul. I believe Whisper Creek, as it's been formerly known, would belie its own name. And finally, heritage and culture. At the back of my mother's property were old Māori cooking ovens. When I was young, I found a number of old stone ads on the site. The Canterbury Museum displayed a Pounamu ads from our property for many years. I believe that the land should be respectfully examined first by the most appropriate prior to any movement of land. My neighbours and I really love this place. We appreciate what we have, our wildlife, bird life, fish and eels, our livestock and our wide open spaces, our dark skies and the sounds of home. The Styx River and all she supports needs to be treasured, our taonga, such a precious resource. We have lived here for generations and have farmed with the rhythm of the land, the weather and the seasons. This lived experience provides greater validity of our evidence than artificial models and casual observation. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us all. Ngā mihi.
Okay, so we can't ask Ms Wells any questions, so we'll move on to Lydia. Linda or Lindia? Morris, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Ms Morris, you're speaking on behalf of Karen and Ross Winter,
That's correct.
correct? And they're in Lower Sticks Road at 402. Whereabouts in Lower Sticks Road is that?
That is, as you would probably the last house on the right, and you're going to Brooklands.
On the,
Yeah,
between
we're
Spencerville and
but we're
Brooklands?
on the rural end of Spencerville.
Oh, okay,
That's where they live.
beyond Spencerville, before you get around about Earlham Street, around that area.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, on the, so is it after Spencerville Road turn off?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
going
between-
up to Brooklands.
between
where
there and Brooklands,
you're
okay.
going,
Yes.
right up to Brooklands.
Okay.
So, good morning. My name is Lyndia Morris, and I'm speaking on behalf of my brother Ross Winter, my sister Karen Winter, and myself. I'm here today because we strongly object to the proposed plan changes for the Whisper Creek subdivision. We operate a farming enterprise at 266 Spencerville Road and 363 Spencerville Road, directly neighbouring the proposed subdivision. We farm with the knowledge that our land is in a ponding area. While we respect the specialist reports provided, I cannot stress enough the importance of local knowledge, particularly that of my brother, who knows every inch of our farm and surrounding land. He understands the complexities of the Spencer Drain and the Styx River, and he knows that the current drainage system cannot handle the increased water flow from a subdivision with 800 houses. We have already witnessed flooding in the area, and statistics show that with climate change, such flooding will only become more frequent. The Spencer Drain runs into the Styx River 3 kilometres north of our property, and during heavy rainfall, 10 acres of our land is undercover. The Styx River is currently graded D due to ongoing degradation, with the primary cause being the deposition of silt and sediment from urban development. The proposed rezoning and development will greatly impact the river's ecosystem. We currently run a commercial cattle operation and a Hereford cattle stud. The latter is a delicate operation, especially in spring when breeding cows are calving and require minimal disturbance. This catchment has historically provided Christchurch with vegetables and beef. My family has farmed in Spencerville for 90 years, and we hope to continue this legacy for future generations. But the impact of an 800-house development on our boundary and the likelihood of raised land levels leading to increased flooding risk for us is deeply alarming. Spencerville Road and its one-lane bridge are also major concerns. I am acutely aware of the road's narrow winding nature and its inability to safely accommodate increased traffic. The one-lane bridge has poor visibility and poses a significant risk. In summary, I respectfully ask you to consider my words. I stand before you as a passionate, lifelong resident of Spencerville, and I truly believe that if this land change goes ahead, it will be to the ecological detriment of the area. I like a good quote, so I'll leave a good quote. The quote is from Theodore Roosevelt. The nation behaves well when it treats its natural resources as assets, which it must turn over to the next generation, increased and not impaired in value. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now, your property's in Spencerville Road,
That's correct.
yeah, are they adjacent to Mr. Knight, who is
No.
yesterday, or a bit further out?
They're working, they talked about a working farm yesterday. I think
Yes.
it was 287.
Yes,
We're on the other side to that.
yep. So does your land adjoin or is across from what will be the low-level rural zone part of the site, so it doesn't adjoin, or it's not close to any of the residential part, it's adjacent to
There
what will
seems
be
to be a lot of
the lower
pond.
terrace area, yep. Is your site entirely at that lower level?
We are lowland, yes,
Yep, and your house itself is at that lower
on
level as
a
well?
higher level,
It's on a higher level, yep,
but of sand.
yep, okay. Okay, well, that's quite clear what you've said there, the concerns with the flooding and the,
I'm deeply
Eh,
concerned.
with the effect of flooding being increased by runoff and
Yes.
filling on this site, and,
Yes.
and increasing obviously the
Yes,
ponding in the lower lying areas, including your own site. So we understand that.
thank you.
Thank you.
We've worked very hard over those 90 years. It's worth saving.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Kirsten and Andrew Buxton next.
Kristen, yeah.
Kristen,
My
sorry.
husband's Andrew, but he's not here.
Yes. Okay, and you're at 18 Turners Road,
Yes,
which
that's
must
right.
be either beside or opposite the nursery, is it?
It's just 2 doors down from where the nursery.
Okay,
It's on that same side.
On the same side?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to my submission today. My name is Kristen Buxton, and I have resided in Arua with my husband Andrew since we purchased our home and land at 18 Turners Road in 2020. We have 2 daughters. Ariana is 11 years old and April is 18 months old. As noted, Anna Carter prepared our submission on our behalf, and if you have any questions relating to the more technical aspects, please direct these to Anna, but I'd like to speak to you as a resident of this community. I have worked as a midwife in Christchurch for the last 15 years, witnessing firsthand the importance of community. My husband and I also own a 4th generation family business in furniture removals. Prior to purchasing our home in Arua, we owned a rural property in Woodend and greatly valued the lifestyle we achieved there. We chose to relocate to Arua specifically to be able to maintain this lifestyle. We have a 5-acre lifestyle block which has a park-like setting with large established trees and gardens, a couple of tunnel houses for growing produce, and a large paddock for livestock. Our children would be able to attend the small semi-rural school, which has been a valued part of the Arua community for 112 years. This would allow them to develop a greater understanding of the long-standing history and heritage of the area. When we purchased our property on Turners Road, we were aware of the golf resort zoning in the area. We subsequently heard that the golf course proposition fell over, but we were totally unaware of any other potential residential or commercial use of the site. We only became aware of the fast-track application as part of this process. We felt reassured that this land would not be used for residential purposes, and worst-case scenario, it could only be used for the type of development provided under the special purpose zoning, thereby preserving the green spaces and rural character we have come to love. We have never been consulted or approached by the landowners of this development or their representatives. We only heard about this through our school community and after I went online and found a reference to the proposed new development. During our 6 years in our home, we have greatly valued the ability to easily access the quiet natural spaces around us. Our eldest daughter regularly walks or bikes in the area and has been able to do this independently. We have contemplated the idea of purchasing a horse for my eldest daughter, as we not only have suitable land for this, but are also in an ideal location for roadside riding. As per my submission, I seek that the proposed rezoning and development be declined. We have the following specific concerns about this proposed plan change. This development will greatly increase traffic in the area, as Turners Road is the main access road to service this new 800 plus development. I understand the traffic volume on our road has been modelled at 6,560 vehicle movements per day for 800 new households. I understand that this could increase a further 1,640 vehicle movements for an extra 200 households that Anna Carter has identified could be accommodated within the rezoned area. Under the special purpose zoning, the traffic movements on our road would be significantly less, not only because the density and use of the site is significantly lower than what is proposed, but the main transport route to service the golf resort is to be from Lower Styx Road. This proposal, however, would significantly increase traffic volumes well in excess of triple or more than the current environment. With this comes a substantial increase in traffic noise and associated air pollution. This will affect all residents as well as the natural environment. Families and children would no longer be able to safely access the surrounding green spaces as they would need to navigate busier roads and intersections. This is a particular concern for the intersection of Turners Road and Marshlands Road, and during that period before any upgrades to the intersection are proposed to be undertaken. I'm concerned about the potential role growth at the Oruia Model School, particularly if it results in the school extending onto vacant land towards Marshlands Road. This would directly affect our property. I'm concerned also that children's access to the local primary school would likely become more challenging in this very heavy traffic environment. There is currently no school road crossing available on Turners Road, and during the 6 years my daughter attended the school, there were numerous occasions where it felt unsafe upon crossing the road. This area is predominantly rural in character, and I have noticed a lot of rural vehicles using our roads. I'm not sure whether the traffic modelling has taken that into account. As a result of the increased traffic on Turners Road, the already degrading asphalt would require extensive and ongoing work, which would result in significant cost to ratepayers. And the addition of a large subdivision would greatly impact the rural landscape of the area, an irreversible change to Oruia's historic character and values, and to its rich agricultural history. The change in this predominantly rural community from a golf course resort development with no more than 150 residential standalone households and the associated golf course resort facilities to one of 800 plus new households will be a significant change. So many aspects will change for me and my family. It won't be a peaceful rural environment where wildlife and rural activities prevail. As previously stated, I seek that this rezoning and development application be declined. However, if it is approved, I request that the following conditions be amended. I request that access to the proposed subdivision via Lower Styx Road be considered, where infrastructure like traffic lights is already in place. This will offer an alternate route in and out of the area, reducing the traffic on Turners Road and thereby lessening the impact on the residents and on the natural environment. I request that the number of homes in the proposed development be significantly reduced. The proposed 800 home development is a significant change in direction from the objectives of the current special purpose golf zone, which is of limited residential development and no significant adverse effect on the natural or adjoining rural environment. And I would like any stormwater basins in any areas of open space to be zoned open space so that they are accessible to all areas of the public. The difficulty of re-establishing green space once lost makes it all the more important that we protect these now dwindling areas. I have found this process to have put a lot of pressure on our family and our community to respond and defend our position. I think that because this is not a planned development and substantially different to what is currently provided for, I would like Council to take a very cautious response in its decision making. Thank you for taking the time to hear my perspective. It is in situations like this that the community voice becomes so incredibly important. If we, the residents, don't do everything we can to protect this space for generations to come, who will? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one or two comments.
Yeah, sure.
Which, is that you made the comment about potential changes. I know that Ms Carter has mentioned that in her evidence. that would require a further plan change process, which isn't before me, so I can't really consider the possibility of other changes in the future. Because that would be speculating on what may or may not happen in the future, and then that would go through a public process. So what's in front of us is 800, and I know that
Oh, I see, yeah, with them.
anything, we don't know what's going to happen in the future with other applications, but we can't really consider those. And you've made your comments on preferring access to Lower Styx Road,
Yes.
as was proposed with the golf resort zone, and a reduced number of households. So does that mean that you would be more comfortable if the access was off Lower Styx Road? You would still accept that there might be an increase from the 150 households plus resort facilities, but something less than 800.
Yeah, because when we moved there, obviously we knew that it had fallen through, but ideally not having anything would be great, but
Yeah.
that seemed easier to cope with. Having 800 houses is a lot more than the 150, and we had always thought that it was going to be Lower Styx Road, that access. So yeah, we got told that that's what the golf resort, that was a condition for the golf resort. So it was quite a shock to us when we found that Turners Road was the main access, and we're on Turners Road. So that means that all the traffic most of it would be coming down that road, Spencerville Road. There'd be very few that would come down Spencerville Road because that's going north, and most of the traffic would be going into the city. So it would greatly affect us.
Is your greater concern the traffic or the density? If the access was moved to Lower Styx Road, is the traffic still your major concern out of those two?
The traffic's probably the major concern for us is the traffic. Both really. We love the rural. We love the rural landscape and that there. That's one of the things that we wanted in the area. So that will definitely be impacted with greater density. But the traffic is what coming all down that road is going to be. That's going to make a huge difference to us.
It's the biggest difference from the golf.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now the lunch break, the morning tea break, not lunch time quite yet. Mr. Nimmo. Yes. Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, for the opportunity to speak today. Can people hear me? I got growled at yesterday because nobody could hear me. My name is George Nimmo, and I've lived in the Turners Road for the last 29 years. During that time, my family and I have farmed our 10-acre property, with most recently producing baleage and hay for winter feed, as well as growing vegetables for the Christchurch market. My background is in health and education, and I've been involved in the development of greenfield sites as well as redevelopment of large campuses. I have 16 years' experience as a Chief Executive Officer in these fields. My tertiary qualifications are RN and a BA majoring in Sociology and Education, which I will draw on in a wee while. Over nearly 3 decades, we have valued the unique character of this area, its productive land, peaceful environment, abundant bird life, and strong sense of community shared among the residents, which I'm sure you can see over the last 3 days. When we first moved here, the land now proposed for subdivision supported thriving dairy farms and productive market gardens that contributed significantly to the local economy and rural landscape. Today I'm presenting this submission on behalf of 57 local residents and supporters who oppose the proposed development under PC 23. Our concerns extend beyond the effects on individual properties. We believe this proposal will fundamentally alter the character, functionality, environmental values of the Wairuia, Spencerville and Six River communities. In this presentation, we will outline the significant adverse effects we believe this development would create, including impacts on rural amenity, productive land use, infrastructure, traffic, flooding, ecology, and the long-term integrity of the surrounding environment. We intended to engage a landscape and urban designer to provide an alternative argument, but due to time constraints, the first two we approached couldn't meet the reporting deadline, and the third was too expensive as they came from Wellington. We asked the Commission to carefully consider whether this proposal represents the appropriate sustainable planning for this unique rural area. I believe there's quite a lot of information that should have come to this table, probably through some experts, which hasn't. And I think you as Commissioner are in a disadvantaged position because of that. Because of the way the system works, so-called lay people do not get the opportunity to present information in caucusing, or indeed bring information of a technical nature to the hearing. I am thankful that you as Commissioner have been generous in that and allowed us some leeway in presenting information. Mr. Mesley yesterday highlighted two areas in which we believe the specialists have not provided you with the information required, and I will go through that as well. I will not talk to traffic or to town planning, as we have Anna Carty here to talk to town planning, and Grant Smith will come to talk about traffic. The paper that I've got in front of you, Mr. Commissioner, is exactly the same as what I've previously given, but I've updated in terms of information that's come forward and correcting minor errors or adding additional information. There is no...
This is the submission from page 1.
Yes.
So that's not the same as a submission that was lodged. It's an updated version of what was lodged with the council.
It's an updated version, just for information that's come through during the hearing, so that it is immediately relevant.
Okay.
To talk about the effects of the proposal, I don't intend to read this document line by line. And we are talking about a very large development which is out of proportion to what exists. The geologist, I think who it was, but that was on day one, but because I was watching it on the TV, it was rather hard to catch on who it was, highlighted the fact that this area has an extremely high subsidence rate. And we can argue whether it's 4 millimetres or 6 millimetres, but on the GNS maps, it shows this area is subject to high levels of subsidence. And while the specialist said he believed that that would slow down, there is no evidence to say it would slow down or speed up or stay the same. And nobody can say that. It is the best guess. And I've heard over the last 2.5 days, many people say, in my opinion. And when people say it's in my opinion, that is not science. It's not hard evidence. It is their opinion. The URS New Zealand Engineering Environmental Report on Geology of the specific site of the Goldflakes proposal highlighted liquefaction susceptibility of the site to lateral spread. In addition, the proposed excavation and creation of wetlands in the eastern section of the site may increase the likelihood of lateral spreading issues due to the reduction of lateral constraint. In the Plans Consultants Report, which is provided by the applicant, states, based on our assessments, the development portion of the site is considered to be prone to liquefaction, due subsidence in accordance with TC2 criteria. Pockets of higher susceptibility may be present. And the reason I've added that in is, Mr. Commissioner, is I heard you ask a question, I think, of the geologist, asking about the level of TC3 maybe on the site. My
Excuse me,
problem,
George, you've got us lost here. We can't hear you, and we're all flicking through our pages. What section did you say you've altered?
page 2, I've added
It's a paragraph 2.4, top of page 2. Yeah, I'm following where he is. Yeah.
I can loan you one of my hearing aids if you like, David.
I don't think that's the problem, George.
You are speaking quite softly, so maybe if you are able to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
And we don't want to growl at you again.
Thank you, David. The Canterbury earthquake reports on the area show this is exactly what has happened. Mr. Traynor, in his geology report, concedes in his conclusion ground improvement of the subdivision at the earthwork stage is considered necessary. There is potential for some areas of the site to be susceptible to natural hazards that require such works to be undertaken, and continues the combination of variable soil material, high groundwater and liquefaction is the primary potential geotechnical hazard list. What we haven't heard is what is really going to be effective mitigation against these things. What we have heard is we will deal with that when we come to the resource consent stage. These are actual fundamental issues to determine whether this site is actually suitable for the proposed use. And we contend, of course, that it isn't. Moving on to page 3, and just want to talk briefly about the Lower Styx Road access.
Okay, so we're not addressing sections 3 and 4.
4.4, yeah. When the specific purpose golf resort zone was being developed, the developers had a number of community meetings. And through that process, we were able to thrash out what their concerns were and ours and come to something that would be livable. I also felt that their approach to their development was of a high standard, a high quality. They wanted an international resort. What is being developed here, I think, is perhaps similar to what's being developed in Belfast Road, which is a lot of very tiny houses in small sections crammed together of very low quality subdivision. I note that there was a question regarding the proposed bridge over Lower Styx Road, stating that the causeway would be a barrier to the flood water flow. This is very easily fixed by including large diameter pipes allowing water flow across the causeway. We're moving on to page 7 and point 7, Mr. Commissioner, 7.1. We submit that this proposal has poorly planned transport, has a poorly planned transport plan, which will increase the risk of citizens being able to quickly evacuate the area in the face of tsunami warnings. This breaches the Canterbury Policy Regional Statement, Chapter 6. The policy explains in part, poorly planned developments can increase risk from natural hazards and the effects of climate change. The risk of major harm to residents and property is underestimated by both the Council and the applicant's reports. What is not factored in is that both Spencerville Road to the east of the railway line and Lower Styx Road can become inundated during wet weather events and can be either partially or fully blocked to normal traffic. therefore limiting or preventing access from this area and making the 1 hour escape time, which has been talked about, as unrealistic. The other point that's not been really talked about, I think is the elephant in the room, is simply that we are predicting, or it is predicted, we are going to have a major fault movement in the Southern Alps. We know what happened in the last earthquake. All I can say is I hope I'm dead before I see the big one. Having lived through the Murchison earthquake and quite a few others, having lived on the West Coast, I think when we get this, a lot of the mitigation that we think might work will simply fail. The amount of land movement in this area has been between 0.5 and 1 metre. And that's on the good ground, which is where I am. Moving on to 7.3, new sea level research. This newly released extreme coastal flood maps for Aotearoa, New Zealand, identifies areas in the development to be likely subject to coastal flooding, as well as inundation from the Styx River. The submitters believe developing a residential new neighbourhood this close to the coast is unwise, especially given the rapid rate of SLR combined with substantial subsidence rate. 7.4 is not really a concern for me, but I would have thought it was for the developers and those who buy these sections. The submitters are concerned that the finished floor level of 4.1 metres, and this is where it gets a bit confused among the documents, because some people are quoting the New Zealand vertical measure, and some are quoting the Christchurch district or the drainage data datum measure is too low, given the following major rainfall. The upper terrace can become inundated. The current council requirement for FFL in this immediate area is 4.51 or 13.55, and this should be set as the minimum fixed floor level. And the reason I know that is I built myself a house 2 years ago, and that's what they decided on, which is immediately opposite this development.
So that's almost a 400 mil difference. Yeah, how much? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As I say, it's not my house that's going to go under the water, but perhaps others might be concerned.
So you built a house recently,
Yes.
and that was the floor level that you were required to build to by the City Council at that
Yes.
time? Yeah.
And I had no problem with that. It seemed perfectly sensible, wise. 8.2, wastewater. The submitters are concerned that this development is planning to use the Kāinga-Spencerville wastewater network, which does not have the capacity for an additional 800 houses. The system was designed to meet the Kāinga, Brooklands and Spencerville area needs and allow for storm peak factor margins, including infiltration. The Brooklands area has now been red zoned, which reduces the load on the network. However, approximately 50 new dwellings have been built in the Kāinga area. It has been identified that the pumping station efficiency has been markedly reduced from its original design of 40 litres per second to 29.95. The model that has been proposed assumes that after the so-called proactive maintenance, this could recover the pump performance. There is no evidence at this stage that this is possible. The model also ignores the fact that the main line water discharge network has been significantly damaged by the earthquake, and the infiltration and inflow will be much higher than what was allowed for in the calculations following the earthquakes and the slumping of the land levels in the existing built areas. The SCIRT report states that extensive land damage occurred in both Brooklands and Spencerville following the September earthquake, including natural spreading and liquefaction induced ground settlements of over 0.5 metres. The overall objective of the design to ensure the network remains serviceable in operation. I'll read that again. The overall objective of the design to ensure the network remains serviceable and in operation. Not returned to where it was, not turned to peak ability, but a patch-up job. That's what we've got. So when you're calculating what a pipeline can carry, then there is no validity to those calculations without actually knowing what the network can carry. We have made OIA requests on the 30th of March to the Christchurch City Council for the reports and completed works on this pipeline. We have not received this information in spite of numerous attempts, which we find quite disturbing. The SCRIT report does not say that the pumps that appear to be in the position the SCRIT report does say the pumps that appear to be in the position were heavily damaged in 2011 earthquake due to infiltration of gravel or need replacement. So I can only assume that those pumps are still the same pumps that were there, because there is no evidence given to us to say that they've been changed. Both the council report and the applicant's report ignore the SCRIT report, which clearly states that the piping networks and pumps simply cannot cope at optimum levels. I would have thought Michelle McDonald, who have access to such reports before deciding on the values to be used, I'll read that again. I would have thought Michelle McDonald would have accessed such reports before deciding on the values to be used in the calculation, determining the values of storm peak flow, which he has reduced from 2.78 to 1.5, meaning that in theory, with some remediation, the existing pumps may be able to cope. Therefore, I see these reports as being unrelated to the real situation. One doesn't have to be an engineer to understand the formulas. There are set formulas. You put in values and out it comes the other end. Even somebody like me, who's only a statistician, can work that out. And what it shows is that without really any valid reason, the divisor was reduced, which means it accelerates what the pumps can cope with. The potential surplus capacity, inverted commas, of the existing system would be much better used for infill housing and extensions of the existing community rather than a greenfield site. Right, hydraulics. Can we have those? I've got the hydraulics. And could you have one cover picture? No, if we could just take this here, Mr. Commissioner, this one here.
So this is the plan that you gave me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So other people don't have a copy.
No,
of
they
that.
don't.
If the additional documents that you provided to me before, have they been provided to the council to go onto the website?
Yes.
Yes, they have. Okay,
And
so
I can
access to it.
send this through to you if you want it as well.
Or anything that you've given me should be on the public record, so it should
Yeah,
be available for everybody to have a look at.
I apologise for that, it was last night.
Okay.
Neither the council or the applicant's reports deal with the hydrology associated with the Styx River and its tributaries, which are the core of the flooding hazard. The Styx River arises from a council water supply in the Northwood subdivision and then makes its way east, picking up springs and tributaries as it goes. At its confluence with the Waimakariri, there are tidal gates, the position of which is determined by a mix of tidal flows and the height of the Waimakariri River. This means when the Waimakariri is in high flow, the Styx is unable to push the gates over and drain. The results of this is water backs up and eventually flows over stop banks. The Spencer drain, which runs through the middle of the property, is essentially a level and is controlled at the confluence of the Styx River by tidal gates. This means it too is affected by the height of the Styx River and also the Waimakariri River and the ocean tide. The net effect of this hydrological pattern or construct is that during rain events, the flood waters breached the Styx River floodbanks, flows over the paddocks towards the Spencer Drain, which in turn can't empty due to the floodgates at the confluence of the Styx River being closed. Similar problems occur at Kaianga Creek, which also has tidal flood gates. Many years ago, the local farmers and the Christchurch Drainage Board funded a pair of pumps which are designed to pump water from the southern end of the Spencer Drain over the stop banks into the Styx River. The problem with this design is that when the floodplain is filled, the outlets of both Spencer Drain and the Styx River can remain closed, so they just recycle the water. This is a primary cause of the flooding and why this site is entirely unsuitable for this development. I've attached photographs, which we'll go through in a minute, from the flood of 22, of what happens in a rain event which doesn't need to be of the severity of the 1 in 50 years to occur. Because the higher land cannot drain, then all the ditches back up, and the results in flooding to my paddocks and others around the site, which are higher than proposed FFL for the development. If this development is to be approved, then mechanically controlled floodgates need to be installed, accompanied by additional pumps at the confluence of the Styx and Waimakariri rivers. The submitters are concerned about the increase and rapidity of stormwater discharge due to the significant increase in area of buildings and hard stand areas into the retention ponds, which in turn flow into the Spencer Drain. The basins provided appear to be too small, only designed to capture the first few millimetres of rain. Being placed in the flood zone means they can easily become inundated in a major event. The Spencer Drain, which is the only major discharge route, is 3,000 metres long, which is 3k, but only has a fall of half a metre, giving a gradient of 1 in 6,000, which is undetectable. It's essentially flat. This is entirely inadequate to deal with the stormwater discharge, let alone the increase in rate caused by the newly built hard standing areas and roofs. And what we have on here, Mr. Commissioner, you can see there's tidal gates. Now, none of the experts have come to this table and said there's a whole complex of hydrology around this river that actually affects the way it operates. So it's just not about the water level, the standing water level in the ground. It is actually about how these three rivers all interact. And what we've got at the moment is probably satisfactory for grazing, but it's not satisfactory for a residential area. And that's what I can't understand, why this information hasn't been brought forward to you, because it is fundamental to the problems that we've got. Our concerns are compounded by there being no publicly available final basin sizing calculations, no detailed detention volume tables, no demonstrated freeboard analysis, no clear evidence that basin capacity works during simultaneous river flood and rainfall events. Right. This is the flood of 2022, and these photographs here are after 2 days of pumping with 2 large scavenger pumps. This is looking along Turners Road, and when this was at its peak, that water was completely right over the road and into the other side. Got the next one. This is looking down Teeps Road. At this stage, this water here was completely over the road, and David will tell you that it flooded into his house at the end of the road on the right-hand side, and we had a lot of trouble getting rid of this water. What's the next one? This is having pumped for 2 days, we're now getting the water down to a level that we can cope with, and you can see that it's actually inundated our septic tank, which is bunded and is actually well above ground level. We've got one more there. Just to give you a bit of perspective, that cottage which is built there, which is new post-earthquake, its foundation or the floor level is set at the peak of the road. And you can see that where the water level is in comparison to that during this event.
No, that's all.
Is that just ponding in that yard area, or is that ponding that you see in that photo extend beyond there?
It's joined on to what goes out into the paddock.
Okay,
Yeah.
part of the large area.
Yeah.
It's not just.
No.
No. The reason we've got this track here, which we call the highway to heaven, is when we're doing big bailage and we have big truck and trailers, it's an all-weather road. So it's raised up, built. It means we can get big vehicles in and out irrespective of what's happening in the weather. We'll move on to 9.1, Mr Commissioner, the Styx River corridor. I'll start at 9.2 because other people have spoken generally about the river and what's there. The Styx River is significantly degraded, and the most recent survey of the river was undertaken by Bofka Miskel on behalf of the Christchurch City Council in 2023. It's interesting to note that the applicant's ecological impact assessment does not reference this report, nor does the Christchurch City Council Dr Shadbolt's report, which demonstrate an ongoing deterioration of the river with increasing levels of zinc and heavy metals. I had hoped to have here today
Rankin.
Yeah, I had hoped to have Dr Doug Rankin with us today, who's written one of these papers, but unfortunately he's undergoing cancer treatment at the moment and isn't well enough. Elevated zinc concentrations can reflect the urbanisation of catchments, e.g. galvanised roofing and spouting can be major sources of zinc. Best practice storm water management techniques should be prioritised where urban development is increasing. Untreated or poorly treated stormwater can bring contaminants into waterways, which can be toxic to freshwater fauna. This is especially important in the Styx River. Essentially, we're told that stormwater is fine. We run it through a few reeds and it's all good. And that is what's been happening all over Christchurch. Now, as an engineering solution, it deals with the water. No question about that. You can hold it back, you can redirect it. What it fails to do is to deal with the heavy metals and the sediment. And what happens is when you get pulses going through, it actually scours that out of the pond and then transfers it to our rivers. And there's a considerable concern about the Heathcote River, and there's a reference there to a study that's been done on the Heathcote River, looking at why it's suffering so badly with sediment. And this is the answer to it. Now, the engineers, I'm sure, will take great umbrage, but they're engineers, they're not necessarily ecologists. And this is where you need a multidisciplinary team to look at developing solutions to complex problems. There's been commented by many people, moving on to page 11, that while planting the edges of the river with natives is a helpful measure, it will not reverse the deterioration, because while you are planting the river nicely with some natives, the actual damage is being done through the stormwater, and it's the stormwater that is the problem. If the developer is truly looking at improving the quality of the river, then the bottom plain should be retired from farming. It should have its zoning changed to recreational, and it should be planted out and developed to control the water. And that I would support, and you'd get a great deal of support from the community if that was to happen.
So you're talking about the whole lower terrace being a managed
Yes,
stormwater
which is
area
really
as
what,
opposed to a farming area with
yeah, which is what happened with the golf course, which is the design of the golf course. Yeah. Moving on to community amenities, 10.1, the bottom of the page of page 11. The proposal has no controls over the visual aspects of the design and construction of homes, unlike the golf proposal, which has strong design elements to blend into the surrounding countryside with a wide open space with setbacks of 50 to 100 metres from roads and surrounding properties. The original proposal that was presented by the applicant, at a 5 metre strip around the development and 10 metre setbacks to the buildings, which is still entirely inappropriate in a rural area. However, the applicant's specialist report by Mr Compton Meehan recommends that on the roadside boundary, 60% of the lots should be at least 1,000 square metres with a 20 metres building setback. However, Mr Cleese in his ODP changes states his frontages with 3 metre deep landscape strip and a 10 metre deep building setback or 20 metre deep setback with the larger lots of 1,000 square metres. So I'm not exactly sure what the applicant's actually aiming for. If we go with the ODP changes, then it'll be the latter. Our submission is that a landscape strip of 3 metres is entirely inadequate, that all sections around the periphery of the subdivision should have a minimum of a 20 metre setback. We also note that the onus on maintaining the landscape strip is being transferred to the purchaser, which is totally unrealistic, that these will be maintained adequately under this arrangement. Additionally, there are no lighting plans to protect the night sky with low lighting street lights, unlike the golf course proposal, and there is only really a relatively small increase in the public access to the river and plain area, but no proposed improvement in the roadside swales for drainage or footpaths are important for residents, including school children. I need to say here that I was going to say I mow about 300 metres of berm so the kids can get to school off the road, but of course that's a lie, my wife does it. And that's the way we deal with it at the moment, and that's something that we agree among ourselves. We all mow the berm. Talking about 10.3, the commercial area, the proposal includes a commercial area but no associated guidelines as the activities which were permitted. The submitters see that the hours of operation and the type of activities undertaken are directly related to the community and should not include antisocial or toxic activities, e.g. public bars, liquor store, vape shops, etc. There isn't any commitment from the developer to establish the business centre. Indeed, the revised ODP suggests that the business development area is not completed within 10 years, the site can be repurposed for housing. This demonstrates once again the lack of commitment to meeting the objectives to provide a well-functioning community. I would like to point out that at the Preston's Park and Preston's Park and the other one, the two Preston's developments, they have had a lot of trouble actually making those commercial centres work. And the shops in some cases have been empty for years. Point 12 refers to the transmitter. I noticed the council reviewer dismissed our concerns regarding the transmitter by quoting this can be managed by a New Zealand standard. This doesn't take into account the history, which I would like to just briefly share with you. When I came to Arua nearly 30 years ago, Tammy, who you've just heard from, was leading a group concerned about the health effects of the tower. It's interesting that none of these specialist reports have actually mentioned the tower. It's pretty hard to miss. It's 137 metres high with a red light on the top. It has been shown that such towers do cause potentially harmful radio frequency fields to human health. For this reason, the original consent allowed for its construction, as this particular location was reasonably isolated from the surrounding houses and about 700 metres from the nearest road. The council has accepted in the past that a rural zone is appropriate for such masts. The reason we were concerned was that it was discovered that there were 8 radio stations on the mast which had not been approved, and this was taken to the council because it appeared that half of them at least were from FM stations, and it is that frequency of radio waves which are the ones that cause most harm. After a quick summary of it, after much argy-bargy, the aerial owners agreed to take some off, and we suspect they actually took off the ones they weren't using and left the rest. It did not comply with the standard. They did measurements around the aerial to see what the radiation effects were. And when we found that they were quite low, we then had a look at where they were taken. We found that some of these measurements were taken behind fences, buildings, and not in the open. So this has been a running sore for quite some time. And I think most of us were quite pleased to see it fall down in the earthquakes. Unfortunately, it was rebuilt. We do not know what radio stations or transmitting devices are actually on that tower at this time. And the owners are reluctant to give us that information. There is, once again, another paper to back up what we're saying, written by the late Dr. Neil Cherry, outlining the dangers of high radio frequencies. 15, we'll go on to cultural values. I don't wish to talk about cultural values because plenty of people talk about them. What concerns me here, once again, is that both reports from both the council and the applicant regarding cultural values was basically said, because of the earthworks and things that have happened, there's nothing to see here. Just some small preliminary work on the archaeological side showed this was quite wrong. And once again, we're very concerned that this application is what I'd call, to a large extent, a kitchen calendar application. It's got so many holes in it, it doesn't hold water. By that I mean is there is information gaps. And it cannot be considered suitable for approval until some of these major gaps we actually have the answers for. And this is one area where it was so easy to actually see whether there was any sites. Our two Ngāi representatives who have both spoken at this hearing, both spoke about the history and their experience to show that lived experience was actually valid and the expert information was incomplete. I do realise, and because I have done excavations with Archaeology New Zealand, including exhumations and things which I'd rather not go into, and I understand the process, but in this case the evidence was quite clear. It did not require discovery. The last point that I'd like to make before closing is really addressed to the developer themselves. I see this as a hostile rezoning because there has been application for zoning over blocks that's not owned by the developer and not necessarily welcomed by all of the owners. One of the successes for successful communities is that people work together, they respect each other, they try to come to understand each other. Otherwise, it'll be a fight all the way through, and it will make it very difficult for everyone. To gain what one wants in life, you have to negotiate. You have to talk to people. Yes, we can settle it in here, or we can all meet up again in a few months' time for an appeal court, and we can drag this on, or people can meet together and try to find common ground. People are not necessarily opposed to development. It's the size, the nature, the consultation. It's not rocket science. What people expected in this area is that 4 hectare blocks was the minimum size for development, and things do change. In fact, some of us would probably say that's no longer appropriate, and some of us would probably go for a wider development. So my suggestion to you is to consult with the community in a meaningful way. And it might be surprising what comes out of it. It will also just help the Commission not to have sleepless nights. So that's all I wish to say, Mr Commissioner, and we, the undersigned residents, recommend this proposal, PC23, be rejected in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. If you've gone into quite considerable detail in your submission, and you've added extra explanation as you've gone, so I have understood everything that you've said and understand where you're coming from. And some of it repeats matters which we've heard from other people. So I don't have any questions for you because I think what you've said is quite clear and sets out your position quite clearly. Thank you. It's now 22:11. We were scheduled for a break at 10:15, so we're actually running overtime rather than just time today. So we will break for 5 minutes now and come back just before 11, or make it 11 o'clock to hear from Ms. Carter. 11 o'clock. Yes. Read something.
Of 800 or more households. Before I turn to those topics, I want to flag one overarching concern that there is no settled cap on the number of households this plan change would enable. The applicant refers to approximately 800 dwellings, but the proposed outline development plan as submitted carries no binding household limit, and the development potential has not been adequately addressed in the application. The residential new neighbourhood zoning RNN does not put a limit on development beyond minimum allotment sizes. I've done my own calculations of the area mapped in the proposed outline development plan for the RNN zone land, being approximately 103 hectares, and allowing for 30% for roading and other infrastructure. The net developable area could realistically accommodate up to 1,081 dwellings based on an average lot size of 660 square metres. That is not the upper bound either. The RNN zone provisions allow minimum allotment sizes of 300 square metres, with up to 20% of allotments permitted to be between 180 and 299 square metres. At those densities, the yield would be significantly higher still, and the Commissioner should be aware that what is being sought is not a fixed 800 household development, but an open-ended rezoning that could enable a substantially larger settlement in what is substantially a remote rural area. I'd just like to add too that I want to acknowledge that I have heard the oral evidence of the applicant from Wednesday, and I've read the oral evidence of the council's experts that came through last night. So turning to topic one, the higher order planning documents. I turn first to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the Higher Order Planning Framework. The NPSUD is the primary national direction for urban planning in New Zealand. It requires Tier 1 local authorities, of which Christchurch City Council is one, to enable a well-functioning urban environment. That includes, under Policy 1, enabling a variety of homes that meet the needs of different households in terms of type, price and location, and where there is good accessibility to employment areas, community facilities, public transport, supports reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and are resilient to the likely current and future effects of climate change. I do not consider PPC 2.3 gives effect to Policy 1. Under Policy 2 and Clause 3.2 of the NPSUD, it requires the Council to provide sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing for both standalone and detached dwellings across the short, medium and long term. With changes brought through the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Act in August 2025, both Christchurch City Council and Auckland Council were formally allowed to withdraw from the medium density residential standards across their residential zones, provided the council could demonstrate sufficient feasible housing capacity to meet 30 years of demand. On the 3rd of September 2025, the Council resolved to seek that approval, and on the 10th of November 2025, Minister Chris Bishop formally approved the Council's withdrawal of the remaining undecided parts of Plan Change 14, Council's intensification planning instrument. The MDRS has therefore not been incorporated into the Christchurch District Plan. That approval was granted on the basis that the Council demonstrated, through the Greater Christchurch Partnership's Housing Development Capacity Assessment and the approved intensification zoning and new greenfield areas, that it has sufficient plan-enabled and feasible capacity to meet 30-year housing demand. I acknowledge the points made by the applicant's planner and in their legal submissions that there is nothing preventing a Tier 1 council from providing more than enough capacity to meet demand. However, this is not dependent on the development meeting this is dependent on that development meeting the overall objectives and policies of the higher order planning documents and the planning framework for Greater Christchurch urban area. For Christchurch City, Policy 3 of the NPSUD requires that new residential development is to be enabled in four key areas: city centre zones and the edges, metropolitan centre zones and the edges, within walking catchments of existing and planned rapid transport stops, and within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones. I do not consider Plan Change 23 gives effect to Policy 3. Despite the changes to the NDRS, the qualifying matter framework remains a statutory mechanism for justifying reduced development capacity relative to what Policy 3 would otherwise require, including the management of significant risks from natural hazards, where the NDRS can be made less enabling of development. For this site, the applicant proposes a qualifying matter apply as a result of the wastewater constraints and the flood hazards. However, given the current position that Christchurch City Council has achieved compliance with the NPSUD Policy 3 and adequate development capacity exists across Greater Christchurch urban area, the qualifying matters proposed by the applicants only reinforces the notion that this site is not suitable for intensification. The Purahara Kekenui Styx River runs through the site, and Council's own coastal and flood hazard mapping identifies significant flooding either side of the river, with depths of up to or greater than 100 centimetres and groundwater at or above the ground surface in those areas. The operative district plan maps the lower terrace of the site as subject to flood management areas. As I set out in my written evidence, a significant portion of the site is affected by those flood hazards. The consequence is that much of the site is not suitable for more residential development, and the NPSUD cannot be fully given effect to across parts of the proposed RNN zoned area. The proposal therefore cannot fully deliver on the outcomes of the NPSUD is intended to achieve. In my view, the proposal also fails to give effect to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. Chapter 6 of the CRPS sets out the strategic framework for urban growth in Greater Christchurch. Policy 6.21 identifies specific locations for future urban development and requires that growth be directed to those locations in a coordinated and sequenced manner. This site is not identified within an existing urban area or greenfield priority area in Map A of the CRPS. Therefore, the development is reliant on other provisions in the CRPS, including Policy 6.2.2, Urban Form and Settlement Patterns, which requires urban form that achieves consolidation and intensification of urban areas and avoids unplanned expansion of urban areas. It supports sustainable growth of towns, including Rangiora, Kaiapoi and Woodend, and this site is not part of any of those towns. A site that is not identified in the Christchurch Spatial Plan as a priority growth area, or even within an urban area identified in that spatial plan, that is affected by significant flood hazards, limiting medium density development, and that cannot be adequately serviced by the existing roading network, is not the right answer to a housing capacity question, even if that question were as acute as Mr Colgrave suggests. The applicant's planners say that development can nonetheless occur out of sequence, that is, outside the planned growth framework, because the proposed outline development plan process will manage the infrastructure constraints that would otherwise prevent it. In particular, they say that the ODP process will address wastewater capacity constraints and manage effects relating to the sourcing of potable water and the disposal of stormwater. I have significant concerns about that argument. An outline development plan is a planning tool. It sets out how a development area will be structured and sequenced. but it is not a qualifying matter overlay and it does not impose binding constraints on household numbers or development density. Once the REN zoning is in place, development that complies within the zone rules can proceed as of right. If there is no cap on household numbers, and as I have noted, the proposed zoning contains none, then development could occur at densities that the ODP process was never designed to manage and that the infrastructure potentially cannot support. The wastewater constraint is of particular concern. The Council's Section 42A report identifies that there is no available capacity in the reticulated wastewater network to serve the site at the scale proposed. The applicant says this will be resolved through the ODP process and through a developer-funded infrastructure, and development will be constrained until such time as the matter is addressed. However, submitters have raised concerns regarding the efficacy of the mitigation and whether it will be sufficient to address potential ground intrusion effects and effects associated with sea level rise. There is currently no mechanism proposed to address these matters through the ODP. The same concern applies to potable water sourcing and stormwater management, both of which raise unresolved system-level questions in this estuarine and groundwater-affected environment. These are not matters that should be deferred to the ODP or to the resource consent stage. They go to the fundamental question of whether the site can support the scale of development the plan change would enable. The Section 32 report has not assessed these risks at the upper bound of what the proposed zoning would permit. This is a material failure of the evaluation, and it is one that the Council cannot remedy by imposing conditions, because the zoning once granted creates the entitlement. Topic 2, Section 32 failures. I turn to the Section 32 evaluation. A Section 32 report must identify and assess the benefits and costs of the proposed plan change, including whether it is necessary to resolve a resource management issue. And if so, why is the current district plan inadequate? It must then consider whether the proposed change is the most effective and efficient way of achieving the relevant objectives. The Section 32 report for PC fails in three important respects, in my opinion. First, it does not adequately assess the status quo or variations of it. The site is currently zoned Special Purpose Golf Resort, the SPR zone, which was approved through a private plan change, specifically to enable a comprehensive golf resort, including an 18-hole golf course, resort accommodation, commercial activity, and up to 150 residential dwellings. Elements of the SPR zone could not proceed before the completion of the golf course and the Golf Academy building, the 170 resort apartment bedrooms, for example. However, up to 150 residential units could be constructed either through a controlled activity or a restricted discretionary activity consent pathway under the SPRZ provisions. The Section 32 report does not adequately assess the effects of PC23 against this option, for example. Second, the Section 32 report does not adequately consider the costs and benefits from the continued use of the site for rural production. A significant portion of the site contains versatile soils, LUC2, among the most productive agricultural land in New Zealand. The Section 32 report acknowledges this, but dismisses the loss of rural production as minimal. That assessment is not adequately supported. Critically, the SPR zone expressly provides that land uses within the site may fall back to the rural-urban fringe zone provisions as a permitted activity. That means rural production is not merely a theoretical alternative, it is a live and reasonable use for this land. A proper Section 32 analysis should have assessed that option, weighed it against the proposed rezoning, and considered whether the loss of those versatile soils are justified. In my opinion, it did not. Regardless of the status of the land under the NPS HPL, the CRPS require the loss of versatile soils be carefully weighed, and the Section 32 report does not carry out that analysis with the rigour the policy framework demands. Third, the Section 32 report does not adequately address the absence of a household cap or the full infrastructure implications of the proposed zoning. The REN zoning carries no binding cap on the total number of dwellings. The Section 32 report assesses the proposal on the basis of approximately 800 dwellings, but does not assess the effects of the full development potential the zoning would enable. Based on my calculations, 103 hectare RNN zoned area, after allowing for 30% for roading and infrastructure, could accommodate up to 1,081 dwellings at an average lot size of 660 square metres. The minimum allotment sizes permitted under the RNN zone, 300 square metres, with up to 20% of allotments between 180 and 299 square metres, the yield would be significantly higher still. The Section 32 report should have assessed that upper bound scenario, including its implications for wastewater capacity, potable water supply, and stormwater management. It did not. The reliance on the ODP process to manage those effects is not an adequate substitute for that analysis at the plan change stage. Topic 3, roading network. I turn to the roading network. I will address this topic briefly as Mr. Michael Grant-Smith has provided detailed transport evidence on behalf of the group, and I adopt his evidence. The critical point I wish to emphasise is this. The roading connection that made the existing SPR zone acceptable is not proposed under PC 23. When the special purpose golf resort zone was approved through a private plan change, a key condition of that approval was a roading connection to Lower Styx Road, a higher order road capable of accommodating the traffic generated by the resort. That connection was to be provided via a bridge over the Styx River. The roading connection is not proposed under PC 23. Instead, PC 23 proposes to route traffic through Turners Road, a narrow rural road with no footpaths, which currently carries approximately 600 to 800 vehicles per day. I might have that number wrong, actually, but please refer to Mr. Grant-Smith's evidence. The applicant's own traffic assessment acknowledges that the development would increase traffic on Turners Road, and this is where the document should read 6,560 vehicles per day.
So vehicles or movements?
Vehicle movements per day.
Yes, I think the 3,000 vehicles would be 6,000 movements.
There you go.
So I think it's probably
I'll leave it in there
the
then.
base of your difference. Yeah.
Turners Road passes the Oruia School, where there are currently no footpaths to enable children to walk safely. This is not an acceptable outcome. What makes this worse is the applicant's own proposal. Upgrades to Turners Road and Marshland Road intersection are not proposed until the 700 household threshold has been reached. That means for the first 700 households, the overwhelming majority of the development, the existing inadequate intersection arrangements will remain in place. Residents, school children and road users will be exposed to significantly increased traffic volumes on an unimproved network for an extended period. The SPR zone, which is the permitted baseline, allowed for a commercial golf course, associated accommodation, associated retail, and 150 residential dwellings. PC 23 proposes 800 plus households. The roading network that was considered adequate for 150 dwellings with a Lower Styx Road connection is manifestly not adequate for 800 plus households routed through Turners Road. Mr. Grant-Smith's evidence elaborates on this in detail, and I commend it to the Commissioner. Topic 4, inappropriate location for a new settlement. I turn finally to the question of location. As I set out at paragraph 28 of my planning evidence, Oruia is not simply a rural area on the fringe of Christchurch. It is a genuinely isolated rural community, physically separated from the greater Christchurch urban area on all sides by a series of significant natural and man-made barriers. Understanding that isolation is essential to understanding why this is the wrong location for a new settlement of 800 or more households. To the southwest, the Christchurch Northern Corridor motorway and Main North Road form a hard urban edge that separates Oruia from Belfast and northward centres. These are not roads that pedestrians or cyclists can readily cross. They are high-speed arterial infrastructure that functions as a physical boundary between the rural locality and the urban area. To the north, Cheney's Plantation, a council-owned reserve historically set aside for abattoirs, public pounds, sewage works, cattle yards and plantation forestry, and the Waimakariri River beyond, together with the location of Adrenaline Forest, and that should read Bottle Lake Forest, Council Local Purpose Reserve covering an area in excess of 1,000 hectares, will continue to physically separate this rural area close to, if not in perpetuity, from any other urban area, and in particular to any other centres. This is land that will not be developed or traversed with roads. It is a permanent open space buffer. Beyond the river to the north lies Kaiapoi, a separate urban centre in the Waimakariri district. There is no meaningful urban connection in this direction. To the southeast, and without a roading connection, the Puhara Kikinui Awa Styx River restricts access to Lower Styx Road, the very road that was identified as necessary roading connection when the SPR zone was approved. And as I've already noted, that connection has not been carried forward into PC 23. The river is a physical barrier that limits the site's connectivity to Burwood and Pegasus and beyond. The result is that Oruia is encircled. It is not a location that has gradually been absorbed into the urban fabric of Christchurch. It is a rural community that is and will remain separated from the city by infrastructure, waterways and reserve land on every side. Introducing a settlement of 800 or more households into this location does not extend the city. It creates an isolated urban island, accessible by a single narrow rural road with no public transport and with services that residents need several kilometres away in every direction. With the absence of any meaningful public transport connections, future residents of Whisper Creek would be almost entirely car dependent. To illustrate what that means in practice, for primary schooling, the nearest primary school is the Uruia Model School, a co-educational years 1 to 8 school located at 21 Turners Road, just 1 kilometre from the proposed development. As of 1 July 25, it had a total roll of 29 students. I now understand it has 17 students. It is a very small school with limited capacity to absorb the children of 800 or more new households. The next nearest primary schools are Belfast School at 5.5 kilometres and Redwood School on Prestons Road at 7.2 kilometres. Secondary schooling. The site falls within the zones of several state colleges, including Kaiapoi High School, Mariho High School in Shirley and St Bede's College in Northcote. The closest state co-educational college is Mariho High School on Hills Road, 10 kilometres away, or approximately a 30-minute bike ride. There is no public transport connections to these schools within a walkable catchment. Supermarkets. I updated this actually. The nearest supermarket is, I understand, to be Woolworths or Countdown in Belfast or New World in Prestons, which are approximate, I'm not sure exactly the distance, but they're somewhere between 10 kilometres away, a 30-minute drive. And I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong on that. Fresh Choice in Parklands is a similar distance to Pack and Save in Papanui. There is no local convenience retail proposed as part of PC23 that would meaningfully reduce residents' dependence on private vehicles for everyday shopping. Should a supermarket be proposed in Whisper Creek Commercial Centre, the effects have not been adequately considered in the traffic models, increasing safety concerns for the roading network. Medical centres and employment. The nearest medical centres and significant employment nodes are similarly several kilometres away with no public transport to connect residents to them. This is not a well-connected urban location. It is a car-dependent rural fringe site, and the services that 800 or more households would need simply do not exist within walking or cycling distance. The applicant's economist, Mr. Colgrave, argues that Whisper Creek is closer to central Christchurch than many alternative greenfield locations in Selwyn and Waimakariri, and that this reduces travel costs. That may be true in a straight line sense, but it ignores the reality of how residents would actually travel. Without a Lower Styx road connection, all traffic must route through the local road network, adding time and distance to every trip. The travel cost savings Mr. Colgrave identifies are theoretical. The roading constraints are real, as documented by Mr. Michael Grant and his evidence. Grant Smith and his evidence. The proposal would also create a new settlement that is functionally disconnected from the existing urban fabric of Christchurch. It would not be an extension of an existing neighbourhood. It would be a standalone village, isolated by the Styx River and surrounding rural land, with a single road connection through a narrow rural road. This is not consistent with the integrated, well-connected urban form that the NPSUD and the CRPS require. The site is also located within an area of significant cultural and archaeological sensitivity. The Puhara Keke Nui Styx River corridor has a long history of Māori occupation and use as mahinga kai landscape. Multiple recorded midden and oven sites are located immediately adjacent to and within the PC23 boundary. The archaeological technical review provided in support of the group's submission concludes that the evidential basis for rezoning is materially incomplete, and that the cumulative and irreversible effects of urbanisation on the archaeological and cultural landscape have not been adequately assessed. So in closing, Commissioner, to summarise, PC23 does not give effect to the higher order planning documents, including the NPSUD, the CRPS and the Operative District Plan. The flood hazards on the site limit the application of the MDRS and reduce the development yield the site can actually deliver. The applicant's capacity arguments are not sufficiently evidence to override the Council's own housing capacity assessment, which was accepted by the Minister only 6 months ago. The site is not identified as an urban area or greenfield area in the CRPS's Map A. The site is not identified in the Christchurch Spatial Plan as a priority growth area, and the applicant's reliance on the ODP process to manage out-of-sequence infrastructure constraints is not an adequate substitute for a binding plan level mechanism. The Section 32 evaluation is inadequate. It does not properly assess the status quo, does not adequately consider the loss of versatile soils, which is currently a live option under the SPR zones for rural, urban, fringe zone fallback provisions, and does not assess the full development potential of infrastructure implications of the proposed zoning at its upper bound of over 1,081 dwellings. The roading network does not support the proposal. The Lower Styx road connection that made the SPR zoning acceptable has been abandoned. The proposed routing through Turners Road is inadequate for a development of this scale, and the applicant's own proposal defers intersection upgrades until 700 households have already been built. This is an inappropriate location for a settlement of 800 or more households. It is an isolated, car-dependent and disconnected from services and employment. The nearest primary school has a roll of just 17 students and limited capacity to grow. The nearest secondary school is 10 kilometres away. The nearest supermarket is a 30-minute drive. The site is also located within an area of significant cultural and archaeological sensitivity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. First question I have for you, you've made quite a few comments about the NPSUD and the relationship and the application of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, growth policies and MAP A. Some of that has been addressed in the opening submissions by the applicant and also in the rebuttal of Mr. Cleese, where he critiques what you've said about those. Have you got any comment in relation to, I can ask individual questions, but you probably read the rebuttal and know the contrary arguments that he's talking about. Are you able to provide some a summary of your views on the opposite views of that? Yeah.
So the fact that it's considered an urban area and the NPSUD is not debated with myself and the other planners, or that it's met the definition of an urban area in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that that the policies in the Regional Policy Statement reference an urban environment, not necessarily the urban environment as shown in MAP A. However, where I disagree is that I should also say that, I understand Policy 8 of the NPSUD provides a pathway for development within urban environments.
Yep.
Where it can add significantly to development capacity and where it's being created out of sequence.
You said within urban environments.
Within. So Policy 8 enables development within urban environments where it's out of sequence.
And it's,
Adds significant
I
development
don't think
capacity
it doesn't use the words within, though, does it?
and contributes to well-functioning urban environments. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
But it says it's where it's unanticipated or it's out of sequence with planned land releases.
So there is a gateway.
There is a gateway.
Considering,
Yeah.
for example, but this is where the tension with MAP A and the Regional Policy Statement comes in, isn't it? Because MAP A was drafted prior to the NPSUD, and the NPSUD now provides gateways for developments which would not have been anticipated at the time that the RPS was prepared in the mid-2000s. However, Policy 8, would you agree, has got some caveats as well, hasn't it? In terms of, it still has to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. So it's not a, you don't just pass
That's
Policy
right.
8 and then say go. You've still got to consider all the other matters under the RMA, the Part 2 matters and everything else. Yeah.
And the reason why I think the Regional Policy Statement is still relevant is because that Chapter 6 introduced the concept also of a well-functioning urban environment, following on from the NPSUD 2020, which introduced that concept of a well-functioning urban environment. The more recent NPSUD, which was updated in May 2022, introduced the MDRS, which we know is obviously now Christchurch has been exempt from. But that still doesn't alleviate the requirement under Policy 1 of the NPSUD and also Policy 3 to achieve this well-functioning urban environment. And I think that, Policy 3 doesn't necessarily exclude the ability to create an urban or intensify an urban environment outside of those centres, but there is specific reference in the regional policy statement that talks about intensification happening of existing urban areas in an integrated and coordinated way.
Do you view, I know I was going to ask you that question about policy 3. So policy 3, which you've talked about in your evidence, do you view that as being an enabling, where it's telling the councils they have to provide for certain things, but it doesn't say that they don't have to provide for other things such as greenfield development? Because most of the things in policy 3 are centred towards intensification type activities. Would you view that correct?
I would agree with that position. Yep. Yeah.
So it doesn't preclude development which is not covered by policy 3.
I would agree with that position too.
Okay.
Yeah. And I may have made that as clear as I could in my evidence, but and I think that's where I've fallen back on both the regional policy statement and the operative district plans strategic objectives, which I was trying to get up actually, but they are still referencing the requirement for communities that are well connected through good transport links, through good public transport links. And also have I think ideally you're creating an urban environment where it's, this was mentioned on Wednesday, where you're building out from existing centres, and that's ideally what you're doing in a planning framework. And where you're not, so in instances like this, I guess, and you're hoping that the urban framework, the urban pattern of development is going to just eventually come out and meet it, that is not going to be isolated for years and years to come. I think that for me is from a planning perspective is that, and that's one of the points that I make about not upgrading the intersection, for some time.
So in that respect, when the applicant has gone to there's been a lot said about getting through the triggers in policy 8 and the NPS, and about the need, we've had information about the lack of greenfield availability in the medium term, despite the 30-year term still being met, and the messages to the Minister with the last year in terms of drawing from Plan Change 14. So there's two issues there, would you say? There's one of them is that the overall capacity can be met, but the council also has a duty to provide capacity across a range of typologies, and perhaps it's not met in one of those areas, or may not be in the near future. Would you agree with that? Is it whilst the 30-year whilst intensification can meet the demand, is the demand for all of the typologies which the NPS would want us to consider met, or is the greenfield one? Would you agree that the greenfield one, on the basis of the economic evidence, may require some attention? Doesn't necessarily mean this side, but is it something the council is going to have to turn its attention to?
Certainly, policy 1 requires that that there are a variety of home types provided and addressed for Tier 1 councils, or even just general planning decisions are achieving a variety of home types.
Yeah.
So yes, I would agree with the statement that there is potential to provide new greenfield development in order to meet that as a minimum. It is not. That list is not a list of individual items. They require a combination of responses.
Great.
So it requires that you have a variety of homes that not only address a typology, a housing typology, but has to meet the remaining, I think it's 6 or 7 criteria.
In policy 1.
Yeah, in policy 1.
Yeah. And we've heard that policy 1 is to be achieved across the greater Christchurch metropolitan area rather than on a site-specific basis. Would you agree with that? In terms of what a well-functioning urban environment comprises.
I don't think I would agree with that. I don't think that the regional policy statement provides for that. I think that the whole point of a plan change in the Section 32 report is to look carefully at making sure that each proposition in front of council for rezoning achieves a well-functioning environment, and that well-functioning environment requires a combination of responses, including good accessibility for all people and being resilient to climate change and supporting reduction.
So would you say that well-functioning urban environments covers, we've got to consider all urban environments, not just city as a whole, not just the individual, but everything in between as well. So would that be probably a better way of looking at it? There's not just one urban environment. There are urban environments within the greater urban environment of Christchurch. So you're considering the whole lot.
You absolutely are, and that's what the spatial plan looks at. It layers it on, and that creates that one greater Christchurch urban environment. And when you're looking at a site, you're looking at it in terms of the greater Christchurch urban environment and how it achieves a well-functioning environment. So yes, and then you're looking at it within the site itself.
Yes. So it's not just one level, but you've got to look at it in a whole lot of different ways. Yeah. So even if the site gets through the Policy 8 gateway, your position would be that, well, in order to get through the Policy 8 gateway, it's got to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment, because that's part of the two things in the preamble to Policy 8. One of them talks about it's got to add significant development capacity and it's going to contribute to well-functioning urban environments. So even if it does, so that means that even if the council isn't able to meet its targets in terms of capacity, there are other tests that you have to meet in order to get through the Policy 8 threshold to then consider the application on its merits, and you've got to then consider all of the other effects-based issues in relation to the development which fall outside the NPS when you start to get to the regional policy statement and other higher order documents.
And that's reasonable too, because that enables sites to be considered out of sequence and unanticipated by your spatial plan. So I think that's an important provision in the national policy statement.
Yep.
But it has to sit alongside, for me, the fundamental question is how does this plan change support a well-functioning urban environment? And obviously sitting in the background of that is the Section 32 report, whether it's considered, suitably considered all of the alternatives for the use of that land, which is a finite resource.
So in your view, I think what I'm hearing here is that NPSUD isn't really the key determining factor here, and a lot of weight's been put on it, but it's really just provides a gateway. Your main concern is probably compliance with the strategic directions in the Christchurch District Plan relating to, for example, consolidated urban form and a well-functioning urban form, as opposed to the higher order UDS provisions, which aren't, at the end of the day, the effects are actually happening at the regional and district council policy level as opposed to the UDS level. Is that?
I think that Chapter 6, which directs those regional provisions and the planning framework that is anticipated for Greater Christchurch area has taken into account the need to have well-functioning urban environments, because that came through early. That came through when this was publicly notified and made operative. So it's giving effect to the NPSUD's Policy 1, and it's also, and policy and the key objective there, which is Objective 1, And yeah, when I've been looking at this development, and I think, well, there are opportunities to build new developments outside of your greenfield spaces, your planned greenfield spaces, outside of your MAP A areas, but they have to achieve, like, you have to go through each of the relevant planning considerations and look carefully at whether or not this site is appropriate for this type of development. It's not to say that this type of development shouldn't occur, single-storeyed, 660 square metre lots. There should be opportunities for that to occur, but is this the right site for that? And in my view, it's not the right site.
Okay.
Yeah. Taking into account those planning documents.
So do you consider that from an effects perspective, that any intensification of the planned development for this site is achievable or possible? Or we spoke to the resident, Mr. Namo, before about whether or not residents would, Mr. Namo was prior to him, about whether or not something in between the golf course development and what's been proposed would be suitable on this site. Have you given any thought to that from an effects point of view?
I've really only considered what's been presented by the applicant. I have given thought to the provisions in the ODP, the proposed changes in the ODP, and so much that I considered that the zoning should be restricted to the upper terrace and exclude the open space, the stormwater drains, and that would then align better with their Section 32 analysis. And obviously all of their experts' assessments, if that's what they've been assessed on, is 800 dwellings.
Would you consider that there should be a cap on dwelling numbers built into the plan change?
Yes, if it gets approved, I do think there should be a cap, absolutely.
I spoke to, when I was talking to, asking questions to Mr. Cleese, a couple of days ago, we talked about the development capacity of the existing golf course zone, which has 150 houses proposed, but it also has what I consider to be capacity to an equivalent development density of around about 300 odd houses. So would you consider that to be an appropriate comparison when the apartments and other accommodations are taken into account in terms of what's permitted and what's now being proposed?
I did my own calculation on that too and came to a similar number. But I note, and I think I said this in my planning evidence, that that resort accommodation could not proceed without the golf course proceeding. And I think the point I was trying to make in my planning evidence was that Plan Change 45 proceeded on the basis that it required rural land for a golf course. So yes, I agree that up to 150 residential dwellings could currently be constructed now through that controlled or RDA consenting pathway, but no more unless that golf course proceeds, and it sounds like it's not proceeding.
So you consider there were public open space benefits and other access benefits which wouldn't be achieved if that lower terrace was retained for farm use, which it may well do under this proposal.
Sorry, explain your question.
Well, the applicant confirmed that the lower terraces are likely to remain in farm use in the short to medium term. There's no proposal for public access or public open space across that area. So that's where your difference lies. Is that right?
In what respect? I'm still not
Well, you're
following
talking
your
about
question.
the golf course being required prior to the residential development previously. So presumably that was because there was a public benefit of having the golf course provided in the first instance because of the open space that it provided and the access that it provided to the land around the site.
What I was actually I wasn't actually talking to that. I'll clarify what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that the special purpose zoning was provided to give effect to a golf course. And if that golf course never proceeded, it enabled landowner to use that land under the provisions of the rural urban fringe zone.
Yep.
And so that is a live land use right now. And without that golf course, that resort accommodation could not proceed. And if we're talking about urban development being the accommodation component, not the golf course component, then I don't agree that the resort accommodation makes up the development potential for that site unless the golf course proceeds. So at the moment, the only activity that is able to proceed is the 150 residential dwellings, unless the golf course proceeds. Otherwise, all the rest of the land will remain under the rural fringe zone and will be farmed or whatever else people do on that land.
So you consider that it was a package at the time, is what you're saying, and so it could only have occurred with the golf course.
That's right, yeah. Except for the 150 dwellings.
150 dwellings.
So that's the carve out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carter.
Thank you very much.
You got a summary?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to be very brief.
Okay, now you've participated in the joint witness statement
Yes.
as well, and
Yep.
are you going to talk about the remaining areas of disagreement, or?
I can.
Yeah.
So my name is Grant Smith, and my qualifications and experience are in my statement of evidence in chief. I think I can go very quickly just go back to the summary and reading from the evidence. The proposed plan change has been prepared with no regard to the existing and planned road hierarchy in the area. Turners Road, a local road, is expected to serve as the primary access route for the development, both during construction and after development is completed. It has completely ignored the option of providing access to Lower Styx Road, a road much more suited to the expected traffic and which connects to the arterial road using the signalised intersection at Marshland Road. And that signalised intersection was part of the decision from John Milligan, and it's something which the council has gone ahead and done in anticipation that the traffic would use Lower Styx Road rather than the other local roads. The proposed plan change should not be approved unless there is no access to Turners Road and that Lower Styx Road is used as the primary access. In that event, I believe that Lower Styx Road should be reclassified to its earlier status as a minor arterial road. It's been downgraded to a collector road since the Plan Change 45 decision. In my view, the modelling that the proposed plan relies on is deficient, and that the model proving should be based on the 2023 census data and checked against 2023 traffic counts. The current checking has been done against 2021 traffic counts, which were the aftermath or during and or the aftermath of COVID. And those counts throughout the world are notoriously unreliable. I believe that the matrix estimation that has been used in the modelling should only be used as a diagnostic tool. This is getting a bit technical. The modelling does not take into account traffic which will be generated by the retail centre. The distribution of traffic is based on assumption by the analyst rather than being calculated through the Christchurch Transport model. And there has been no analysis of the use of Lower Styx Road as the primary access, nor a comparative analysis of that against using Turners Road. And I believe once the retailer centre is included in the modelling, the function of the one-lane bridge on Spencerville Road needs to be revisited. That's pretty much summarises where I'm at.
In the joint witness statement,
Yes.
there was agreement between you and the other traffic engineers about intersection upgrade works required on Turners Road and things like that. But I take it from what you're saying that that doesn't mean that you agree that Turners Road should be used as the primary access. You just agreeable that if it is, work needs to be done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Turners Road would need to be reclassified, I think, as a minor arterial.
Yeah.
And that brings consequent costs to the council to maintain both that road as a minor arterial and Lower Styx Road as a collector. And those are costs which are ongoing and would never be borne by the applicant.
What's the threshold for a minor arterial in a rural location like that?
From memory, around about 4,000.
About 4,000?
Yeah.
So we're talking about 6,500. So
Yeah, I think Anna got that a little wrong.
yes.
A proportion of the traffic will go on Spencerville Road.
That's what I thought, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's probably more in the order of 4,000 to 5,000.
Yeah, so it's on the cusp
Yeah.
of minor arterial
Yeah.
status, but at least collector.
Yep.
Yep. With the Lower Styx Road access, in Plan Change 45, my understanding is that the Plan Change 45 permitted development was reliant on the road upgrades being done to this Spencerville,
Yes.
to the Lower Styx Road intersection with Marston's Road, which have now been done, but
Yes.
only quite recently. And that was on the basis of a lower traffic volume than what's now proposed through Turners Road.
Yes, a little under half.
Yeah.
But Plan Change 45 had no access onto Turners,
No.
and during the hearing, as I understand it, Teeps Road was limited, access to Teeps Road was limited only to the maintenance area, because that would have given access then to Turners.
Yeah. So if the Lower Styx Road intersection was such that it required significant upgrade, including lights, for a lower level of traffic volume than what's now been proposed on Turners Road, what does that say about Turners Road suitability?
Since that hearing, with the Northern Motorway is opened, and that's taken a significant amount of traffic off Marshland.
Yeah.
The treatment of Turners and Marshland with the development will depend quite a lot on how much of the traffic goes onto Spencerville or not, which is part of my issue with the modelling, because that's just been assumed. The work that both Nick and David Smith have done in terms of the intersection of Turners and Marshlands indicate that with improvements, it will take the traffic through out to about 10 years. If the sort of development which Anna is talking about, another 200 or 300 houses, and even twice the 800, if typical yields maintained, then you've got potentially a lot more traffic on Turners. And I get the feeling that it's with the 800 houses, it's just on the cusp of requiring substantial treatment.
So from a network capacity point of view, Turners Road can be dealt with in terms of the intersection.
Yes.
But that doesn't go to the effects of traffic on Turners Road in terms of the way it impacts on local residents and amenity effects and other effects on the road itself. So your conclusions in relation to that road intersection upgrade are only in relation to network safety.
That's right.
Yeah. Some of the submitters have raised the issue about the suitability, about safety of access on Spencerville Road in emergency situations such as tsunami. Do you think that is a significant or a credible concern? I would have thought that most traffic would be going in the other direction, away from Lower Sticks Road, and they wouldn't be going down to Lower Sticks Road and back out if the water was coming in.
I think they'd just be trying to get out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you'd be going the other way, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay. We are right on 12 o'clock and we are scheduled to have, we have half an hour remaining until the scheduled lunch break, so we can start hearing from some of the council staff, I think, at that time.
No, there's not.
So I've been provided with a order of events for the council staff. So I think we're going to hear from Mr. Yeoman first. Okay. Followed by Dave Smith, Transport, Ms. McDonald, Mr. Norton. And then we had a lunch break scheduled for 12:30. We may not get through all of those people before then, so I expect we'll probably get through Mr. Yeoman, Mr. Smith at least, and then we'll break for lunch at the scheduled time.
Thank you.
Pass that to Rodney.
Yes.
Hello, can you see me? I doesn't appear to be showing through on the internet. Can you hear me?
We can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm just not able to see you via Teams. I'm watching you via the YouTube, which seems to be delayed, but that's okay. So I'll just crack on, if that's okay.
Okay, Mr. Yeoman. Yep.
Okay, so Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Rodney Yeoman, and I'll take you through my summary statement. Before I do that, I'll just confirm that my position as expressed in my expert evidence in chief has not changed following the receipt of the proponent or the submitter's evidence. I'll skip through to para 8, if that's okay. Yeah. So there is considerable agreement between the economic experts on most aspects of PC23. The JWS records the following key points of agreement between Mr. Colgrave and myself. So broadly, the economic benefits associated with PC23 will be net positive, and as such, the rezoning is supported on economic grounds. Notwithstanding the above, the benefits from PC23 are likely to be smaller than quantified in the economic assessment provided by the applicant. However, there are relatively small costs in terms of the lost rural production. From an economic perspective, PC23 is likely to pass the requirements of Policy 8 of the NPSUD. Moreover, Policy 2 of the NPSUD is set as a minimum threshold, and regardless of whether a shortfall exists, PC23 can still be considered on its merits. In the long term, there is expected to be a shortfall of greenfield capacity, i.e. in 30 years. I confirm the recorded points of agreement in the JWS are consistent with my review of PC23, and more details are in my evidence if you need that. There is only one point of partial disagreement between us in the JWS, which is that there is a shortfall of greenfield capacity to meet demand in the coming medium term. So as you're aware, Mr. Colgrave provided supplementary evidence, which I received on Tuesday, and in that evidence he notes that the new assessment that he provides is simple, it's a broad estimate, it's not precise, and I do not pro-offer this analysis as a substitute for a full HCA. So I agree with Mr. Colgrave's points there that his assessment is not sufficient to prove the outcome in the greenfield areas, and it is not a definitive answer. While not critical to the assessment of PC23, I note the following issues for Mr. Colgrave's assessment. So first, the method used to estimate capacity is not clearly outlined in the supplementary evidence. As such, I'm unable to review or confirm the numbers. For example, Mr. Colgrave applies zone-specific minimum lot sizes and yields, but provides no detail of this key assumption or how they are defined. This lack of detail makes it impossible to establish whether his estimates are reasonable. Second, there is no map provided of the areas covered in the capacity assessment. As such, I'm unable to confirm whether the greenfield areas have been included, or greenfield areas that is. Given the sizable gap between Mr. Colgrave's simple assessment and the Council's detailed assessment, I suspect that land may have been incorrectly excluded from Mr. Colgrave's assessment. It is highly probable that the resulting supply estimate of 2,835 lots in the supplementary evidence is not accurate. Moving to the demand. Demand is based on building consents drawn from CCC website. I note 3 points with regards to this demand assessment. First, Mr. Colgrave's assessment covers 5 calendar years, 2021 through to 2025, which is clearly shown in the date range in the screenshot of the website included in the supplementary evidence. Mr. Colgrave has either incorrectly interpreted the data as 4.5 or made a simple mathematical error. Specifically, 4,965 consents divided by 4.5 results in an average of approximately 1,100 per annum, which is the figure he has adopted. However, the correct calculation should be 4,965 consents divided by 5, which equates to an average of 993 per annum. Second, Mr. Colgrave's demand assessment includes building consents that are not greenfield, as are clearly shown by the dots in the inner parts of Christchurch on the map screenshot included in his supplementary evidence. These developments are located in built-up urban area of Christchurch and therefore comprise either infill or redevelopment. For example, I've circled a dot in St Albans, a suburb that was developed many decades ago and contains no greenfield land. I consider that potentially 20% of the demand adopted by Mr Colgrave is not greenfield. Third, Mr Colgrave's demand assessment assumes preferences for housing will remain constant. However, as I noted in the JWS, there is a trend in urban development towards more intensification and less greenfield demand. This has occurred in all main urban environments in New Zealand, and in my opinion, it is likely that this trend will continue, and demand for greenfield will drop further in Christchurch. I note that in the last 12 months, the raw greenfield consents data on the CCC website has dropped to less than 761 consents, which shows the trend is continuing. I consider that taking these 3 points into account, the demand is likely to be close or even lower than my indicative figure of 800 greenfield dwellings per annum used in my EIC. I reject Mr Colgrave's demand estimate of 1,100 greenfield dwellings per annum. So if Mr Colgrave's assessment was corrected to reflect the actual average of 993 per annum over 5 years, then adjusted to remove the 20% greenfield development, non-greenfield development, this would suggest a demand of approximately 795 dwellings. If the trend in housing preferences continue, which it has in the last 12 months, it is likely that demand will be even lower in the coming medium term. However, I acknowledge that potential supply of lots is likely to be lower than, there's a typo here, that should be 7,600 because of uptake. Therefore, if demand preferences remain constant, there may be a shortfall in the coming medium term. But this outcome is by no means a certainty, and in my opinion, demand preferences will continue to change, and with uptake of greenfield land slowing. As such, any shortfall may not eventuate until the long term. I don't agree with Mr Colgrave's conclusion that there is 2.6 years of supply remaining and a shortfall. There is one point of disagreement recorded in the JWS, which is the provision of 1.5 hectares of land for commercial activity would be efficient. I consider that there is agreement that the rule that caps floor space to 3,000 square metres will be sufficient to ensure the impacts of other centres will be minimal. Also, the agreement between economists that given the local demand, the development of the entire 3,000 square metres within that cap would not be required to meet local needs. The difference of opinion relates to the efficiency of the land use outcome. Mr Colgrave considers that unused land can be readily converted to residential. Conversely, I consider that this switch of land use is not costless and would introduce unnecessary cost, time delay, administrative costs and inefficiency. In my opinion, providing the provision of 1.5 hectares of commercial land will bake in an inefficient outcome to PC23, which could be avoided by reducing the amount of land for commercial activities. So in conclusion, there is considerable agreement between the economic experts on most aspects. Broadly, the economic benefits associated with PC23 will be positive, and as such, rezoning is supported on economic grounds. There may be a shortfall of greenfield supply in Christchurch in the medium term, but regardless of whether that is the case or not, PC23 can still be assessed on its merits under or within the NPSUD framework. Finally, I consider that provision of 1.5 hectares of commercial land in PC23 would not be efficient. This large amount of land is not required to meet the needs of the local residents in PC23. I suggest the commercial land in the neighbourhood centre zone in PC23 be limited to less than 0.5 hectares of land. and that the additional 1 hectare could instead be directly zoned for residential activity, which would be more efficient and contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. Thank you.
Okay.
Take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yeoman. Given the general agreement between yourself and Mr. Colgrave on most matters, I don't have any questions for you. What I'm hearing from you is, and from Mr. Colgrave, is that the main disagreement between you is whether it's 2.5 or 3 years before the medium term supply runs out, or 9.5 to 10 years that you're saying. In either case, would you agree that there is going to be a point sometime? Mr. Colgrave talks about the rolling total. So even if the medium term threshold is not met today, from your calculations it's on the cusp, but maybe not met yet, that would likely to be met within the next 1 to 2 to 3 years.
Yes, so yeah, he is correct. There is a rolling requirement. So when the council undertakes the assessment again in 2 to 3 years, as you say, they will need another 10 years out front.
Yeah.
And potentially at that point, there would be a need. As I said, the amount of demand for greenfield land is declining, but there is still a need.
Yeah.
It's not to say that we don't want to provide any. It's just that there's been a natural shift in preferences across New Zealand in terms of shifting away from greenfield to more intensification. So yeah, whether it's 3 years or 4 or 5, yeah, that will happen eventually in my mind.
Yeah. So whilst clause 3.2 might not be triggered yet, it's likely to in the near future. But from what I'm hearing from you is that it's not actually necessary to rely on that anyway, because the policy 8 provisions from an economic point of view are satisfied. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. It's a minimum threshold in policy 2. You should have that as a minimum baseline. You can provide more, and that's why most councils do provide more. And in the case of Christchurch, with the intensification provision as an example, as outlined in my evidence, the amount of capacity that's provided in that intensification area is twice what you would need at least for the next 30 years. So you've got 60 years worth of supply in there at the moment. And council is allowed to do that. It's a minimum threshold. So taking greenfield as an example, yes, there's nothing precluding the council from providing more greenfield land above that medium term threshold, and you can assess this development on its merits.
And from an economic perspective, you and Mr. Colgrave both agree that, considering it on its merits, the economic costs and benefits balance out in such a way that there is a net benefit. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith. Good morning. I've prepared a summary statement. Are you happy for me to read that from paragraph 5? Thank you. In paragraph 5 of my evidence in chief, I recommended that more assessment be undertaken to address road safety, intersection modelling, access connections and accessibility aspects. In paragraph 6, I further recommended that the ODP and/or amended planning provisions be updated to address several matters in relation to transport infrastructure provision. Many of these matters are now satisfactorily addressed, including those set out in the Traffic and Transportation Joint Witness Statement. Although many matters are now resolved, following my review of Mr. Fuller and Mr. Smith's evidence, and following the completion of expert witness conferencing, I consider the following matters are unresolved. Firstly, the Joint Witness Statement records agreement that the increase in Spencerville Road traffic associated with the plan change changes the applicable road standard and associated road cross-section under the New Zealand Standard 4404 from a minimum sealed width of 6.5 to 7.5 metres. I'll just go off script here for a moment to provide some clarification around that matter. In the Joint Witness Statement, paragraph 23, the three experts refer to Spencerville Road, and we provide some information in relation to the current width between Turners Road and Marshlands Road. Now, the development has an access onto Spencerville Road to the east of Turners Road, so in my view, the effects are not limited to Turners to Marshlands, but they actually go all the way back to the site access. And my understanding is that that was the intent. I've quickly checked in with Mr. Fuller and Mr. Smith during the break on this matter as well. And also discussed this with Mr. Friedel, and I understand there's an amendment there that will be tabled at the appropriate time. My view is that this should be upgraded at the expense of the proponent, as the widening is required to mitigate road safety effects associated with an increase from 1,000 vehicles per day to 2,500 vehicles per day generated by the plan change. The majority of the corridor currently has a seal width of 6.5 metres with no marked edge lines, and some sections of 6 metres, although I note in the vicinity of the site access, the proposed site access, onto Spencerville Road, it does narrow to 5.5 metres. Secondly, the Joint Witness Statement records agreement that a level crossing safety impact assessment should be undertaken. In my view, any safety improvements which are identified through the assessment to be required due to increases in traffic associated with the plan change should be implemented at the expense of the proponent. For clarity, the assessment process will also identify any existing deficiencies requiring upgrades based on the current traffic volume. And in my view, these would be a matter for Council to address in consultation with KiwiRail. I consider that the effects of the commercial centre on the wider network have not been adequately assessed, and there is a risk that higher generating activities within the centre may worsen the performance of Marshland-Spencerville Road intersection or the Marshland-Turners Road intersection. It may be necessary to restrict the extent of high generating activities, such as supermarkets on the plan change site, to avoid adverse operational effects such as increased delays and queuing at these intersections. A 3,000 square metre GFA shopping centre can generate in the order of 180 and 420 trips in morning and evening peak hour, respectively, from the local and wider network. And I've provided a footnote there in terms of the source of those calculations. I accept that many of these trips may be local and ancillary to the residential development. However, no consideration has been given to trips being attracted from further afield. I do not support the potential use of Turners Road for construction traffic in the future, as there is a school and multiple residential dwellings directly adjacent to this corridor. Whilst this is a matter that can be addressed through future construction traffic management plans, For the avoidance of doubt, I have recommended that this be annotated on the ODP. I can confirm that other matters raised in my evidence in chief have been satisfactorily addressed through subsequent assessment or have been agreed in the joint witness statement. I remain of the view that the plan change in its current form does not provide sufficient measures to mitigate transportation effects. The scope of my concerns in this regard has reduced since preparing my evidence in chief and only relates to safety effects due to the narrow nature of the Spencerville Road corridor, safety effects at the Spencerville Road level crossing, and a lack of assessment of wider traffic effects associated with the commercial centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Start with Spencerville Road widening. Just wanting to clarify the figures that you're referring to. We talk about an increase of 1,000 vehicles a day to 2,500 vehicles a day generated by the plan change. Does the 1,000 vehicles per day include anticipated traffic that would have occurred if the special purpose resort zone had taken place with access off Spencerville Road on the northern side? Or is that existing traffic?
No, it doesn't. That's the existing traffic volume to the west of Turners Road.
So there was an access proposed on Spencerville Road from the site with the previous proposal, which would have accessed the 150 residential houses, and it's quite possible that development may well have occurred in that part of the site, be it of other parts of the site because of the ease of access. So does that make a difference in terms of your conclusions in relation to widening?
Yes, I understand there was an access directly onto Spencerville Road, and the currently zoned activity is less intense in terms of traffic movements. I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I understand that the traffic volume would have been less than 2,500 vehicles per day under that zoning.
Yep.
And the trigger to upgrade to
about 1,650, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep.
I recall, I could be wrong, that there was about 1,600 on Spencerville Road with the special purpose zone, and about 2,500 on Longshanks Road.
Okay, the industry guidance that was referred to in the joint witness statement is appended to the back of the joint witness statement in terms of suitable standards and cross sections. The local road has helpfully approximately 1,000 vehicles per day. Collector Road, helpfully again, approximately 2,500. So the scenario that could eventuate under the current zoning would be sitting.
It would have been sitting
slap bang in the middle.
Either way, so you would have been looking at a similar requirement.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where engineering judgment is required to consider what would be appropriate in that context.
Yep.
In my view, the existing crash record along the Spencerville Road corridor is not flattering. There are a number of loss of control crashes along there, which indicates, from my perspective, that there are existing deficiencies along that corridor which would be exacerbated by an increase in traffic volume.
Is there an area which is particularly susceptible there? I suspect probably between the railway line and Turners Road.
Yeah. I believe from Mr. Fuller's ITA there were 4 mid-block crashes between Turners Road and the Marshland Road intersection.
Yes. Yep.
And 2 of them occurred in the vicinity of the level crossing, where there's obviously some the horizontal alignment is far from straight, and
to that road.
And the level crossing does come up on you pretty quickly
Okay.
as you go through that. So that is an area of risk along the corridor, as well as where it narrows considerably.
So, from what I hear you saying is that even with the previous proposals, some localised widening probably should have been required under the current zoning if that development had occurred.
Yes, but particularly noting that there is a crash record there, it draws attention to it as a existing deficiency, and increasing traffic would, in my view, likely result in an increase in the rate of crashes occurring on that corridor.
And is there a development trigger where you would consider that widening is required? Probably not a day one. Is there a, if there was to be a trigger in the rules to require widening, presumably it would be required at day one, but it depends. It will depend on how the development proceeds and where. I mean, up to about 1,600 vehicles a day on Spencerville Road, which is equivalent to what would have been provided under the current zoning, where there was no widening requirement. Presumably would also trigger no widening requirement if you were to compare it to the current situation. So beyond that, maybe.
Yeah, I haven't actually turned my mind to a trigger.
Yeah.
It is not a simple matter where we can just look up a particular standard and get guidance from that. However, it's sitting right on that threshold of requiring. You'll see at the back of the joint witness statement, there's what we refer to as a E3 cross section. So the corridor is currently right on that threshold, and therefore, from my perspective, any development should be should include a commensurate improvement along the corridor to that particular standard, and then at some point before the full development potential is realised, it should be upgraded to the wider standard. It's far more efficient from my perspective in terms of what the likely cost would be, and also the disruption to the general public to go for a one and done. Get in there, upgrade it to meet the likely future needs of the corridor, rather than going back and having two hints at it, which increases cost and disruption.
So, reading the JWS, there is agreement between all three of you that upgrade to that road is required. The disagreement appears to be more about how it's going to be done, whether it's done through development contributions or whether it's required up front as part of the plan change. Is that where we come to?
Yes, that's pretty much it. And from my perspective, an upgrade to this corridor is not signalled in the long-term plan. So my understanding is that council is not collecting development contributions for an upgrade. And as I mentioned, it's sitting on that threshold right now, which is perhaps not that helpful. But if there's going to be a substantial increase in traffic volume, as is signalled at the assessment of Mr. Fuller's, which I generally agree with, then the corridor needs to be upgraded accordingly to accommodate that increase in traffic. And that's primarily a safety concern.
Okay. Direct causal link to this development, so it should be.
To the traffic generated by the development, yes. Yeah.
We have had discussion in the hearing about the size of the commercial centre and whether or not it's likely to result in high traffic generating activities. And the applicant's position, I think, is that it's unlikely to, and there's a maximum 1,000 square metre floor area requirement for commercial premises, which would, in their view, limit it to about 4 square size as opposed to large supermarket size. Given that, do you think there is still a potential for the overall centre to generate high levels of traffic, and that you've said? I'm
going to be careful not to stray outside of my area of expertise, and I noticed that Mr. Yeoman, economist on behalf of council, has touched on, in their joint witness statement, there was a mention of what could likely occur.
I'm worried about it not happening.
Absolutely. So from a transport perspective, we rely on trip rates associated with various different activities to get a good understanding of what likely effects are going to be. My concern is that if the area is larger than what would otherwise be required, whatever that threshold is, to be ancillary to the residential, it's potentially going to have offerings which will draw in traffic from the wider area, and that is what has not been assessed. So I have looked at standard trip rates to understand what that level of what the upper threshold may be around that, which was referred to in that summary statement, which is a substantial amount of traffic. So limits around supermarkets in particular, be supermarkets and fast food will probably be the two really high generators at times where the network is already potentially under pressure, being the evening peak. So that'd be my primary concerns in terms of increasing the load on the two Marshland Road intersections. I'm not so concerned about the one-lane bridge. I think the level of traffic on that is an order of magnitude below where we would otherwise be concerned. But those two Marshland Road intersections are likely to be operating with the mitigation in place with about 30 seconds of delay in peak hour for right turners, based on the modelling of Mr. Fuller's that I've reviewed and undertaken some testing of. So if there was to be even more traffic turning at those intersections, then there's an exponential relationship there between traffic volume and delay. It's going to start creeping up towards requiring further mitigation, in my view. Lower thresholds on the maximum amount of development that could occur, including on the supermarket, would make me feel a lot more comfortable that those intersections would be suitably engineered to handle things.
In terms of the level crossing safety assessment, do you see that as being required, your view, now before any decision is made on rezoning, or something that should be required under the proposed rules to be undertaken prior to the development proceeding?
I don't know if there's a specific mechanism to require it now.
No.
But I, having driven through there and looked at the fact that there has been a couple of incidents there, thankfully they haven't involved trains, so that's helpful. But I would expect that with the current traffic volume that's there, a level crossing safety impact assessment we're likely to be getting close to requiring barrier arms.
I was going to say, what's the threshold for barrier arms? It doesn't have barrier arms at the moment, does it?
Yeah, there's no volume threshold. It is a matter I've inquired about. It really comes down to that to the actual roading context. And there's a number of considerations there in terms of who's using it, whether you've got pedestrians and cyclists involved, what the forward visibility is as you come up to it, what the speed environment is. So there's quite a bit that would be considered through that process. But I'm pleased to see there was agreement in the joint witness statement that a level crossing safety impact assessment is agreed to be appropriate.
Yep.
To consider those sorts of effects. Once again, I think this comes down to who pays for it. One of the helpful things in terms of the way that the assessment is undertaken is that there's an assessment based on existing traffic volumes, and there's an assessment based on an increase in traffic volumes and other usage, such as pedestrians, that might occur under a development planning scenario. So any report that would be produced can actually isolate if there's a current deficiency, what that is, what the works are, minor or otherwise, to be able to address that, and then whether there's further works required to accommodate the additional increase in development from a plan change or other development application. So that's something that's referred to in the joint witness statement in my summary as a way of considering what's required currently versus what would be required should the plan change be approved and be fully developed out.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Most welcome.
That takes us to 12:30, which is the scheduled lunch break. Mr. McDonald was about to come up. No, are you happy to wait, or if you need to get back, we could hear from you first and then carry on? Okay. All right, well, we'll take the lunch break then as per schedule and come back at 1:15. welcome back. Continuing to hear from the council officers. The next up is Michelle McDonald. She's going to talk to us about wastewater and water.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. So yes, my name is Michelle Ann McDonald. My qualifications and experience are set out in my evidence in chief. I'll jump to point 4 just to confirm again that my position remains unchanged from my evidence in chief, as also confirmed in the joint witness statement. My position is that, as stated in my evidence in chief, that existing council water supply and wastewater infrastructure does not have sufficient capacity for further development as proposed, but that capacity can be provided through new and upgraded infrastructure. My conclusions on the capacity and performance of the wastewater network, I use the word rely, but is based on 2018 calibrated peer-reviewed model supported by recent performance testing and validated against 20 years of rainfall data. Now, I'm more than happy to go into that during the questioning process of why I'm confident in it being validated over 20 years of rainfall data. Just to clarify also, because I listened into this morning's submissions, is that the wastewater network model is one of the engineering planning tools that council uses to evaluate capacity and residual capacity. We look at a lot of different data points, including design reports, such as SCIRT design reports, including asset data, such as and condition data, including real-time SCADA data, as well as first principle hydraulic engineering analysis. So I recommend that all new and upgraded infrastructure be delivered under an infrastructure provider agreement to secure and ensure fit-for-purpose designs that are based on a comprehensive site investigations and council-specific infrastructure design requirements. So water and wastewater servicing for a future development that would be enabled by this plan change would be feasible, provided that infrastructure is designed in accordance with an infrastructure provider agreement, allowing comprehensive engineering design processes to design the additional infrastructure, and specifically to protect the interests of council and that of the existing community. So happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We heard a lot of submissions yesterday from submitters who are concerned about two issues. One of them, I suspect, is probably less of an issue, and that is water supply. The concerns expressed about the effect of water supply on groundwater bores and the impacts of flooding and infiltration on water supply. But my understanding is that with an 80-metre deep well proposed, that those concerns are probably less likely to arise and less likely to be concerned.
Correct, specifically because our water networks are pressurised, and typically in this environment it would be constructed using welded PE pipes.
Yep. So
you would not have any infiltration into the pipes for the water network, and those pipes provide flexibility and such. So there's not really a concern in my mind of flooding and entering the water system.
Yeah. And those water supply bore would require a consenting process.
Absolutely, and that's why the infrastructure provider agreement would be set up in such a way that the applicant would be responsible, or the ultimate developer would be responsible for obtaining the necessary ECAN consents before even starting to.
Which will include a well interference assessment and things.
Oh, absolutely, yes. That is part of the normal process of designing a new well.
Okay. Now, the issue which perhaps had more focus was the wastewater issue.
Yes.
And the concerns the residents have placed on the state of the existing Spencerville Kainga wastewater network, which they view as being problematic at the moment. And the submissions, and particularly those of Mr. Mesley yesterday, in relation to the assumptions that the council may have made in terms of its modelling, in terms of establishing capacity, and he has claimed to be matters which have been omitted or not taken sufficiently into account in terms of that assessment, and particularly those in relation to flooding and interception effects, water interception effects
Yep.
in the coastal environment and the state of pipes and the pumping network. Do you, I'd like to respond to those concerns that Mr. Messley raised yesterday, but at the end, we have to consider under the NPSUD whether or not there is readily available infrastructure capacity for the site. And I need to know whether or not you consider, given the information you have, you are able to, at this stage, say that this project is infrastructure ready, or do you consider that further modelling and work would be required in order to be able to reach that conclusion?
So
It's a lot of questions there.
yes, so starting off with, first of all, our wastewater model is definitely calibrated. Our existing ECAN consent requires us to do a long time series rainfall analysis, which means we have to simulate every few years 15 years of rainfall data through the model, and compare that with actual operational data, including overflow records. So while I've been at council, we've done that twice. First in 2020 using rainfall data starting in 2005, and then again in 2024 using rainfall data up to 2023. Now that report and those records have been made available through the Lagoima request as well. Then the second point is, so yes, that's relating to the model and our utilisation of it. It has been flow calibrated using 2018 flow data, where the flow report has been postcode and does sort of say that there's negligible response during storm events. So that has been shown to be true.
Is that a city-wide calibration, or is it specific?
So in 2018, it was a city-wide calibration. We've since changed our approach, where we've divided the city into 5 primary zones, and where we would do flow monitoring and calibration on an annual basis. So one year we would flow calibrate, the next year flow monitor, the next year we would calibrate. This catchment that is part of the last zone that we will be doing flow monitoring on again this winter season.
And the last lot was done in?
The last was done in 2018.
2018,
yes.
Yes.
Again, as I mentioned, we look at various data points, not just on 2018 flow monitoring data. We do look at real-time SCADA data, and we've performed pump performance tests. Now, what I also need to explain is that during the SCIRT process, a lot of the system in Kainga, Brooklands and Spencerville has been changed over to local pressure, and certain sections of the rising main has been replaced with local pressure PE or with pressure welded PE pipes. Now, welded PE pipes have zero inflow and infiltration. These are the same pipes that we use to convey wastewater from Diamond Harbour to Littleton underneath the harbour. So there's large portions, and I think that's the confusion that's been created. There's lots of this morning's submission. There's large portions of the network that we do not need to factor in extra infiltration to enter into the pipe network. That said, although I can't lead expert evidence on the impacts of future climate change, I have to acknowledge that Council has embarked on several processes to look at the risks and potential impact, not on necessarily the capacity, but on the functionality of Council's wastewater infrastructure, including the Spencerville Haydes Road pump station. Now, it is unfortunate that those processes hasn't been completed for this specific fast-forward plan change, but there's a lot happening in that space to look at future scenarios and predictions of modelling. The point is those solutions or findings, conclusions, would be taken into account when the design is done, as is the standard case, specifically when we are upgrading new infrastructure and not building only upgrading existing infrastructure and not just building new infrastructure.
The existing, Mr. Hall talked about parts of the pipe network requiring clearing out because of sedimentation and capacity. So those are the old parts of the pipe, not the new parts that are replaced with PVC.
Yeah, part of it has been replaced with a new one. So if I can explain, the capacity of the pump station is generally not determined by the pumps, but by the rising main.
Yep.
Now, Haydes Road Pump Station has dual rising mains, two duplicate rising mains that are both in operation currently. And therein lies the problem, in that the amount of flow and volume of wastewater being sent through those extended rising mains is not sufficient to self-cleanse those pipes.
So there's not enough going into it.
So you continuously have blocks and blockages. If you look at the capacity of the rising mains as dual rising mains, the pump station it's easy to upgrade pumps. The pump station can be upgraded to up to 3 times its current capacity. And of course, we've looked at the downstream receiving network when we're making that statement, which also has significant extra capacity, additional capacity available, mostly due to a lot of red zone areas not being serviced anymore. So and that's why this area has been last in our list of areas to check again on flow monitoring, because it's not a problematic area in terms of inflow and infiltration and capacity.
Yep. So, yes, so what you're saying there is that a higher flow, as is being proposed, is less likely to have problems than what we have at the moment in terms of blockage, because it's keeping it clear.
Yes.
Yeah, it's flushing it out.
Yes, and obviously there will be operational changes that would need to be happening in the meantime to use only one rising main and not both, etc.
Now, you've described the replacement PVC pipe over part of the network as being sort of low pressure design. It's the same capacity as the existing pipe network, is it?
So the part that's been replaced in the Brooklands area is the same internal diameter capacity that was there. The portion of the Haydes Road rising main pump station replacement is actually sized larger. The two pipes, one is a 175 and one is a 225. The half of the 225 has been upgraded to a diameter 300 PE pipe. So it has again has got substantive capacity.
And if the pumps are upgraded at the pump station, does that change all of those pipes in relation to you said there it's a low pressure, it was replaced with a low pressure system. Was it a low pressure system before? Or?
Are you talking about the existing or are you talking about the future?
Yeah, if the pump station is upgraded
Yes.
and there's changes to the pumping capacity and pressure, those pipes are able to take an increased capacity up.
Yes, up to 3 times of what it pumps now.
Okay.
So there is capacity, and as I said, that would have to be factored into during the design process, which we typically do, and we outline in an infrastructure provider agreement to make sure that council is involved in reviewing and assessing and making sure all the assessments are done as required to confirm the basis of design of an upgraded pump station.
Yep. Now, the parts of the network which haven't been replaced, are there any council plans to upgrade those remaining portions?
No, they were checked as part of the SCIRT process, and some of it CCTV'd, and the pipes, the Spencerville specific pipes are very new. They're 2006, 2007 pipes built with modern material, and the SCIRT assessments confirmed that they weren't replaced because they did not have problems. So only 40% of the catchment actually has gravity, in terms of length, has gravity pipes. 94% of those gravity pipes are considered per our asset management framework as grade 1, which is the best condition. Where there were problems, the pipes were replaced. I also want to highlight that the SCIRT report that was provided as part of the Leguema request clearly also states that the Haydes pumps were actually replaced, and gives the design curve, and Appendix G actually gives all the flow demand scenarios that were considered when sizing the upgrade of those pump stations, of the pumps, including looking at scenarios of future development, not just in Kihinga, but also looking at the then proposed golf course development. and assigning flow to that. So that was all considered as part of the SCIRT process. And as I said, some of the pipes that were severely damaged were replaced, and some areas of the catchment were changed over to local pressure.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Again.
Full name is Robert Brian Norton. My qualifications and experience are set out in my evidence in chief. I've reviewed and provided evidence statement on infrastructure report that was contained in Appendix B and BI of Private Plan Change 23. This is recorded as Appendix 9 of the Section 42A report. The proponent lodged evidence that was circulated, including evidence on infrastructure, 3 waters and flooding, prepared by Mr. Andrew Hall. I've reviewed this evidence in the context of stormwater services, effects on existing floodplains, and protection of new development from tidal and fluvial flooding. I've also reviewed expert input provided on vertical land movement from Mr. Ian Hamling and expert advice provided on groundwater from Mr. Andrew Dark, insofar as these matters relate to stormwater and flooding. This includes evidence from Dr. Jesse Kearse as well. The position expressed in my evidence on stormwater and flooding is not substantively changed. However, new expert information provided by Mr. Hamling and Mr. Dark in Mr. Hall's evidence have addressed gaps raised in my evidence on relevant matters. I accept Mr. Hamling's expert advice on the appropriate vertical land movement factor in the determination of minimum fill and floor levels for the development, and I accept Mr. Hall's expert advice on the overall minimum fill and floor levels to be set for the development as being suitable for both adequately protecting the new development from flood risk in accordance with the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards, and Mr. Hall and Mr. Dark's, by extension, advice on minimum filling required to ensure adequate operation of the stormwater mitigation facilities required to service the development. I've signed a joint witness statement confirming my agreement with Mr. Hall on these matters, and there are no points of disagreement. Broadly, I consider the development enabled by PC 23 to be able to adequately mitigate its effects on stormwater quality and quantity through the provision of stormwater mitigation facilities that will be designed in accordance with council standards and consents and vested to council through the subdivision process. I consider that the development enabled by PC 23 will be able to adequately protect new dwellings from flood hazards within reasonable considerations for climate change, sea level rise, and vertical land movement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norton. We've had quite a lot of statements from submitters about flooding issues and the concerns that they have. And I guess there's 2 things. One of them is the ability of the development to satisfactorily protect property in terms of the sites being built on, new development being there was one suggestion today that the finished floor levels should be higher than the 4.1, they should be 4.5 metres. But other than that, most of the discussion has concentrated on not so much the ability of the land itself being developed to be protected from flood hazard, but the effects of the development itself on flood hazard issues occurring elsewhere, particularly in the Styx River catchment in the lower terraces and in other surrounding properties which currently experience flooding, which they fear may be exacerbated by the displacement effect of filling on these sites.
Yes.
So I'd like to concentrate on that.
So there are probably two issues to look at there. One is the effect of the additional runoff coming from a new development area and its effect on flooding, because new impervious surfaces increase the rate of runoff and the volume of runoff. And then the other issue to look at is the potential for displacement of already existing ponded floodwaters by virtue of filling within the floodplain. And the two are sort of related, but probably should be looked at independently in order to completely understand how they work together. In terms of the development's effects on flooding from impervious surfaces, the council has a comprehensive stormwater discharge consent for all of its network, and that has some guidelines in it on what the council needs to achieve in terms of flood effects at Harbour Road Bridge. And the consent requires that council maintain a maximum of 100 millimeters increase when compared to 2012. So regardless of what the development does, the council will still need to meet that requirement. Now, the strategy for flood mitigation in the Styx has changed from 2012 to now through the comprehensive discharge consent that was issued to the council in 2019. And it now requires new greenfields development provide what we call full flood attenuation, which is capture of the full 50-year critical storm with slow release over 96 hours. And this approach is the most aggressive form of flood mitigation that the council employs. It also uses that in the Heathcote and Hallswell catchments on the basis of, for the Heathcote in particular, trying to reverse many years of development that was unmitigated and return the Heathcote River back to 1991 flood levels at Ferniehurst Street. So the method of mitigation now used in the Styx is full flood attenuation, which means that water is held in large volumes and then released very slowly over time. So the volume of water is increased, but it's discharged over a very long period of time after the peak storm has passed.
That's got to be entirely done on-site.
Yes, entirely on-site.
In this case, part of the ponding area is in the lower terrace. In the 1 in 50 event, is the lower terrace flooding?
The lower terrace is fully flooded in the 1 in 50 year event.
Yeah. So how is it possible to retain on-site when it's fully flooded beyond the site into the river already at that point? So how do we measure that?
Yeah, so the storage areas, as I understand it, are sort of sitting between kind of the upper and lower terrace. They're sitting in sort of a mid-terrace, and we will, as a matter of any sort of development that's being proposed next to the floodplain, require that it independently be able to manage its flood effects outside of the 50-year current flood zone.
So that 100% retention for 96 hours is not going to occur in the lower basin.
Not within the lower.
Which is already flooding anyway.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. It's occurring at a higher level, and so, okay.
And in fact, because of sea level rise causing increases in groundwater levels throughout the site, the stormwater basins will need to be lifted anyway to avoid interaction with the groundwater and losing storage because of groundwater inundation.
So that greenfield development requirement you talk about, is that, so you've got the existing global consent which requires the 100 millimetre limit at the Harbour Road Bridge.
Yes.
And this new requirement, is that come in through a new global consent?
It's come in through the same consent, and it was purely in response to submissions and concerns raised by the Lower Styx residents during that period.
So was this done as a change in conditions to the existing global consent?
It wasn't. It was part of the original consent.
Oh, part of the original consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's two independent standards. One is Greenfield must do this, and also the council must ensure this.
But they're both part of the global?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So any ponding in the lower area which is existing is obviously already existing, so that's coming from, so.
Well, it's a virtue of the land being low-lying, subsidence because of the earthquakes, tidal influences, sea level rise, all of those things.
Yeah.
But also the inputs of stormwater from upstream catchments as well.
Yeah, so in order for this development to proceed, they're going to have to design in a way that meets both of those requirements of the global.
Ultimately, it's council's responsibility for the 100 mils at Harbour Road because it contains stormwater from the whole catchment. But council will need to be satisfied that the development isn't going to jeopardize that goal.
So the applicant itself won't need to get a consent from Environment Canterbury, they'll be relying on the council global.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah. We also had concerns raised with existing ponding occurring on the upper terrace levels and the potential effects of raising parts of this site in terms of water flowing off onto adjoining properties in Turners Road and Spencerville Road areas. Sure. At the higher level rather than stuff going down through the basin. Is there any way, how is that controlled in terms of increased runoff from a site onto other adjoining properties through development, and what process is involved in ensuring that doesn't happen?
So conditions of subdivision consent will require that all stormwater generated from the development itself is captured within the reticulated services of the development, so that no stormwater is discharged onto neighboring properties. So all sites and roads will need to be shaped to drain inwardly toward the development and then into the stormwater mitigation systems. There are some exceptions to that in certain areas where along roads and so on, but they're generally minor.
So that provides protection from increased flows. It may well reduce existing flows from the site.
It would likely reduce existing flows. If currently the site naturally drains toward a neighboring property, it'll be shaped to drain away from it. And one of the other issues that often comes up in subdivision is the differencing in land levels when a site needs to fill next to an existing rural section. So boundary issues need to be managed by the applicant as well. For example, if there's a site that currently drains into the applicant's site and relies on that for surface water sort of movement, the applicant would need to consider that as an overland flow path and provide provision to drain that water away somehow so that it doesn't pond on the neighbor.
Okay, I think that's been very useful. I was wondering if at some stage I might be able to be provided with a copy of the global consent or copy of the conditions of the global consent.
Yep.
It'd be useful to have a copy of that.
It may also be of interest for you to have a copy of the council's STICS, Pohataka Kanuti Stormwater Management Plan.
That's been referred to by people in evidence, so but yes, that would be useful to have a copy of that as well.
So the current status, there's a stormwater management plan that's effective as of 2012, and it's being replaced currently. It's finalized, but hasn't yet been certified by Environment Canterbury, so that's its current status.
Yep, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Norton. Hey, Ms. Schroeder.
Kia ora koutou, ko Josie Schroeder, toku ingoa. If I may, I'll start at paragraph 9.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay. The key urban form and urban design matters outlined in my EIC and covered in the JWS remain as follows. The level of accessibility and quality of access for future residents, recognition of the context and character of the proposal as an urban village, integration of the proposal within the existing environment, the level of connectivity, more specifically cycle and pedestrian connectivity within the proposed settlement, and the location of the commercial community village centre and impact if the village centre does not eventuate. So I consider that many of the detailed urban design matters have been adequately addressed through both amendments to the ODP and associated narrative, and as agreed in the JWS to incorporate. These include incorporation of village characteristics and Ngāi Tahu development and subdivision guidelines, and that's in regard to culture, landscape and environmentally sustainable design. The location of reserve, relocation of the village centre and additional cycle pedestrian access points. The amendments also largely address the interface of the proposal and the adjacent rural fringe, with the exceptions noted in the summary statement of Ms. Sneddon. My primary concern remains the location of the proposal and consequent limited level of accessibility resulting from this, particularly regarding public transport and for cyclists and pedestrians, which doesn't, in my opinion, support a consolidated urban form. There remains no guarantee that public transport will be provided for, and the distance to existing urban facilities will limit pedestrian and cycle access to these. If the village centre is not viable and does not eventuate, this will likely further exacerbate access issues and potentially limit opportunities for community and social connection in achieving the village character. Paragraph 14 and beyond is really a response to some of the matters raised by Mr. Compton-Mohan in his reply. Mr. Compton-Mohan, in his oral evidence, referenced Longhurst and Hallsville as an example of a development separated from an existing urban development. The Longhurst development was actually undertaken within the guidance of the Southwest Area Plan, a comprehensive infrastructure and development plan undertaken by Council, and that set out the intentions for the comprehensive urbanisation of the area. Hallsville was later identified as a key activity centre in the Christchurch District Plan, and Longhurst is a greenfield priority area. In terms of Prebbleton, which was also referenced by Mr. Compton-Mohan, this, in my view, is an example of a rural service town / village, including employment and service activities, which first developed incrementally and then via a structure plan. It is also located on a key transport corridor between Lincoln and Christchurch, and I consider that it's a settlement in its own right. Pegasus was also referred to, which is a purpose-built and designed development of at least double the residential capacity of that intended for this proposed development. And I think the estimated population is about 5,000 people. And it's proposed to have a far greater service offer, including central hospitality and retail area than is currently actually provided there. And as such, I believe is a standalone centre as well. The question was also asked by the Commissioner of the difference in opinion between Mr. Compton-Mohan and I regarding the existing environment, and I've stated in my evidence that I defer to the opinion of Mr. Friedel that the special purpose golf course zone is an urban zone as referenced in the CDP. However, I agree with Mr. Cleese, as he stated in his oral evidence, that the physical existing environment is clearly a rural environment. He identified this as part of a wider discussion of urban form and future growth paths. So I relate the reference to rural environment both to the site and surrounds, and consider this point relevant to the site's relative isolation from urban activity that would service the needs of an urban community. And I've considered the vicinity north of the Puhurakukanui Styx River, which sort of forms a natural boundary, as being part of this environment. I recognise that the SPRZ provides for a form of urban activity. I also acknowledge the discussion and oral evidence of the intensification of the urban development from approximately a 300 unit equivalent to 800 residential units in respect to urban form. However, I do consider that there's quite some difference in the type of activity, urban form and open space outcomes between these two zones. And the latter has been described in more detail by Ms Smetham, so I'll defer to her in respect to this. In my EIC paragraph 73, I've referred to the evidence of Mr Smith, Transport Planner, and in the proposed amendments to the ODP as attached to the JWS about the consideration of a vehicle connection. Is that my phone?
Sorry, that was
No.
me.
Okay.
Phone's off, please. Didn't say that this morning.
About the consideration of a vehicle connection to Lower Styx Road from Teeps Road for the purposes of improved connectivity and accessibility. And I accept that this connection is not required as per Mr Smith's agreement in the Transport JWS. I've also read the rebuttal evidence of Mr Cleese, and paragraph 29 of this evidence identifies flood hazard reasons for not pursuing this as a road link, including the extent to which it would need to be raised. I do note, however, there was no commentary on the matter of flooding as it relates to pedestrian and cycle connection across this area, which would further impact accessibility for cyclists and pedestrians to Lower Styx Road. The remaining area of contention is the identification of key pedestrian and cycle connections within the site and the link between the village centre across the floodplain to Spetsville on the ODP. That's the last point I understand. And in conclusion, I remain of the opinion that Plan Change 23 will not provide for a well-functioning urban environment primarily related to accessibility. The proposed settlements largely isolated by rural land and by the Styx River rather than the extension of the existing urban area. And as such, I consider that it's would be an isolated settlement rather than a suburb in the current context.
I was going to focus on that last point because that is your main concern.
Yes.
Is there a conflict between providing an urban, a village, which by its own definition is something which is self-contained and separate,
yes,
and the consolidated urban form, if it's such that it requires a village centre, does that mean that it's not providing a consolidated urban form and not in accordance with the overall policy direction?
Yeah, so I do think there's a bit of a conundrum because if you are providing a village and a village centre, and
that's accepting that it's isolated such that it needs a village.
yes, yes, it does, and in that case, then the village centre becomes very important in terms of the viability of the settlement itself.
So it's, if it was more connected to the city, to the existing developed areas in the city, the need for a village centre or a commercial centre or some sort of focal point wouldn't be as great as what it is in this location.
Yes, if it was provided within accessible distance.
Yeah. Okay. We had evidence from Mr. Compton-Marn about the relative separation of this site from existing developed areas, and he made comparisons with Heathcote and other areas, Heathcote Valley I think was one of them, and other areas in the city which he considered had similar degrees of separation from existing areas within Christchurch City. And then on top of that you've got separation of areas in the Greater Christchurch area between Pendleton and Rolleston, Titap and so forth. Have you got any response to that in terms of this comparison there?
Yes, so I think there's two things. One is that you can look at a macro level and you look at places like Pendleton. I've already said, those sorts of places, some of them have actually
come developed incrementally and they have a whole lot of services and things in themselves, rather than as being developed as part of a sort of Christchurch urban area, let's say. Then on the micro level, I think you've got areas, and Heathcote's probably one in itself where it's developed on the basis of something that's happened there, including things like the railway, exactly. And so again, they've developed for a specific purpose. There is some distance between. I think some of the distances we've talked about, and this comes back to sort of the micro level, are 2 kilometres, I think we've talked to about as being the northern point of the Prestons development. That's really as the crow flies. When you start to look at the actual distances, they're further if you look at the accessibility in terms of how you actually get there. And then if you're looking at services like the Prestons North commercial area, then that's further again. So I think there are differences between each of the examples that have been used, and I also think that there are differences in the way you measure distance.
So the access route is a better indication than a straight line.
Yes.
Makes sense. Yes. Thought there now. Oh, yes. We had examples given, evidence, Mr. Compton, I think Mr. Lease, about historically Christchurch, the greater Christchurch area, having a lot of small villages dotted around it, which have over time become assimilated through growth.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got, and that's the way growth occurs. That's just the natural growth of a metropolitan area.
Yes.
Are you aware of examples where such a situation has been deliberately created rather than historically created, where you expect that the growth will come up to meet it later on, rather than we're making comparisons here, I think, with historic isolated areas as opposed to planned isolated areas which might join up one day.
Mm.
From an urban design perspective, are you aware of any examples where you've come across planned isolated areas created with the intention that one day it'll link up?
Well, you could use Northwood probably as an example of that, which was a purposefully designed new urbanist development, which at the time that it was developed, while still adjacent to Belfast, was a little bit more isolated from Christchurch City itself. But that was a very comprehensively, quite a large-scale development. So that's a sort of similar, I suppose, scenario, but was also supposed to accommodate a whole lot of services and so on within its centre that weren't necessary, which didn't eventuate, actually. Yeah, you know the history to Northwood well then, yeah.
So that was planned to have various services which in the Central Park area there in the commercial zone.
By the lake,
which never
yeah.
happened.
Yes, and I mean moved to the edge, and there are services there that moved to the edge, but that was because of the level of access of the main North Road corridor, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been obviously significant changes with
Yes.
the inclusion of the development on the other side of Johns Road and future areas in there which weren't planned at the time that Northwood was planned.
No. But subsequently have had like structure plans and so on developed for those areas.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't know, I think I might have changed it. Not too much.
That should be the latest.
Yeah, that's the latest one.
Smitham.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Nicola Jane Smitham. My qualifications and experience are set out in my evidence in chief, and I reiterate that I've read and agree to comply with the Code of Conduct of the expert witnesses in the Environment Court. And I'll skip to paragraph 5. I have subsequently engaged in expert conferencing with Mr. Compton Moen and Ms. Josie Schroeder, urban planner, acting on behalf of the council. I signed an urban design and landscape joint witness statement on 18th May. The position I expressed in my evidence in chief included the recommended actions or ODP amendments contained within it have not substantively changed following receipt of the applicant's evidence in respect to Mr. Compton Moen's summary statement and oral responses in the hearing on the 20th May. My current position on key issues. The key landscape issues outlined in my evidence in chief and joint witness statement are driven by the relevant CDP provisions and relate to effects arising from Plan Change 23 on rural character, rural amenity and urban-rural integration. Of relevance to these matters is the interpretation of the special purpose resort zone permitted baseline applying to the proposed Plan Change 23. The change in character, the resulting loss of openness, urbanisation of road frontages, road widening, increased density, visual prominence of housing, particularly along Spencerville and Turners Roads, relating to elevated building platforms, insufficient setbacks and lot sizes. The proponent has responded to some of these concerns and incorporated a number of recommendations that I set out in my evidence in chief. The accepted recommendations are also recorded in the joint witness statement as areas of agreement in paragraph 6 to 18. The remaining areas of disagreement between myself and Mr. Compton Moen relate to the reliance of the special purpose resort golf zone being an urban zone or urban and rural character, or urban in character, beg your pardon, to justify Plan Change 23. The difference in the degree of effects on landscape character and rural amenity, whether further development controls, including a 3-metre internal building setback and reduced building height, applying to the 1,000 square metre perimeter lots are necessary, and whether controls on the use of recessive colours and materials for buildings located along the perimeter of the site are required. I do not consider that the interpretation of the special purpose resort zone as urban in character or an urban zone, despite containing urban development, is appropriate in order to justify a subdivision at 15 households per hectare. In my opinion, the special purpose resort zone is different to a golf course in an urban setting and will typically centre around a scenic environment situated in a natural landscape with features such as mountains, lakes, coastlines or secluded rural settings with a recreational, wellness focus and discreetly located accommodation and other facilities. Structures will often be integrated into the surroundings to maintain a cohesive parkland-like aesthetic, such as that provided by other golf resorts, including Clearwater Resort, Terrace Downs, Cape Kidnappers, etc. The built form within a resort development is typically internalised, as is the case with the Whisper Creek Golf Resort, and in combination with context and or setting will determine whether the resulting character is urban or not. I refer to the Whisper Creek ODP that shows residential development and hotels set back 100 metres into the site, located along a central spine road and access restricted to 2 access points of Spencerville Road and Teeps Road. This is not the outcome anticipated by Plan Change 23, which will require built form up to and adjoining Spencerville, Turners and Teeps Roads, a density of 15 households per hectare, an internal roading network with curb and channel, footpaths and street lighting. To suggest that the special purpose resort zone is urban and comparable to Plan Change 23 is like comparing apples with oranges.
They're both fruit, but completely different in many obvious aspects, and therefore I find the starting point to the assessment of effects on landscape character flawed. In my opinion, the effects on landscape character will not be low, as Mr Compton Mohan states, because the landscape character will completely change under Plan Change 23 due to the different activity, reduced building setbacks with an increased density of built form, extended to the existing roads adjoining the rural urban fringe zone and rural Waimak zone, with an eroding network including footpaths, curb and channel and streetlights. Effects on rural character and visual amenity are driven by, amongst other things, a suite of standards, including lot size, building heights, building setbacks, recession planes, planting character, presence of rural activities, etc. When applied in combination, these standards affect the rural character and/or rural amenity, including the dominance of built form over open space, which is of key relevance to rural character and amenity. I agree that the larger lots and 20 metre setback and inclusion of exotic trees along lot frontages to the surrounding roads goes some way to addressing adverse effects on rural character and visual amenity. However, while I accept that single-storey dwellings will likely occur, it is not a given, and I remain convinced that effects would be more securely addressed by including a single-storey building height, increased internal building setbacks, and recessive colours and material controls on the 60% of large lots around the perimeter of the site. I consider that inclusion of these additional standards will promote a better integration with the rural urban fringe and rural Waimakariri zone, future-proof the ability to integrate with any future urban development while providing choice and an increased diversity to building typology where Plan Change 23 adjoins the surrounding rural zones. So in conclusion, it is my opinion that an internal building setback of 3 metres and reduced building height to single storey and controls to ensure recessive colours and materials should apply to the larger perimeter lots because these form an important part of a suite of standards to address adverse effects. If these additional measures are included, then I consider adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity will be low to moderate. Happy to answer any questions.
You've expressed some significant concerns with the visual impact, but you've come back ultimately with if these matters are included, it's a low to moderate effect on landscape values. I'm just trying to grasp the difference there because so the concerns that you've expressed in relation to the disagreements between yourself and Mr Compton Mohan, it would seem are addressed by relatively straightforward
I think
changes.
so.
Yeah. So do I take it from that that your degree of concern, whilst there is a degree of concern, it is not a high, you're not suggesting
No, it's not unachievable.
You're not suggesting that the effects would be significant or high.
No.
If these matters were taken into account, but by taking into account these matters, they go low, they become low and moderate.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So you're not as far apart as what it might seem.
I guess my main concern was the changing character. It is, it is going to change. The character is going to change. It cannot be low. You're changing the character of this landscape from a golf course with all its characteristics to quite a high density development. That is a statement of fact. It's not going to be a low adverse effect. I guess that's my main bugbear about it. But I think that overall with the tweaks, and some of them have been accommodated, but I think just the inclusion of reduced height and internal building setbacks and the 2 trees per lot, I think that does make a difference because it's not just one thing that will address it, it's just that whole package that addresses it on all those levels. So that's why I'm sort of insisting that well, actually, just go the extra mile. And I know that, you know, like a single story will occur, but I'm thinking that actually, if they don't occur, then you might get the appearance of a wall of development along there. But I think that if you do insist on a single story, then you are going to get that diversity along the perimeter. And it's likely that smaller lots probably will be 2-story in height, so at least the larger lots, more setback, single story, you're just going to get that diversity and a more spacious feel along that, on the road boundaries.
Okay. Now, I understand your concerns with what's an urban environment, what's urban character, and you've covered it from the point of view, which I think is the correct one, is that you're comparing it with what would have been permitted by the golf course zone, not just saying any urban environment, any urban activity, compare it with what was there before, or what was permitted before. This isn't a resource consent application, so permitted baseline in terms of the Section 104 test isn't something we would normally do at a plan change level. It's different because it's different tests to apply. So taking that into account, in this situation, do you consider the edge treatment comparable to or akin to what you would normally expect in any rezoning proposal or in any situation where you have an urban boundary against a rural boundary around the city and other areas? It's the same level of mitigation and treatment on boundary being asked for here as what would have applied, for example, where Preston's adjoining sites, or where somewhere out of Hallsville joins existing rural sites as a typical level of mitigation that you're considering is necessary?
I think it's an appropriate level of mitigation because we're talking about rural-urban fringe as opposed to just a rural zone. So there'll be a slight difference in the density and building setbacks and because obviously if the underlying rural-urban fringe zoning applied, you would still get some development along those perimeter roads, and you would likely get access to those properties, and the way the subdivision might occur in the future, you could get long skinny lots, and then so you have to.
Yeah. Rural urban fringe zones is quite restrictive actually for subdividing.
But 4 hectares, and depending on say the width of the lot, you could still get quite narrow lots, which means that you get more dwellings visible from the road boundaries. So I'm just thinking of all the possible permutations. But I think it's an appropriate response to this locality, this context.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you. If I can start from paragraph 3. There has been significant progress made by the proponent to address the priority concerns listed in paragraph 1.1.8. Sorry, that's a correction there. I probably should have known that, but it's 1.8 of the Section 42A report, which has been assisted by expert caucusing and the joint witness statements. Can I just move down to paragraph 7 now?
Okay.
Kind of just repeating stuff here. The summary statement focuses on the positions reached by the various experts on the items listed in paragraph 1.1.8 of the Section 42A report, which relate to the following key issues. before I list those, it's worth sort of emphasising that list was informed by the submissions, and those have been expressed further in the presentations. So those key items are housing and business efficiency and development feasibility, character, amenity and visual effects, stormwater management, transport safety, efficiency and accessibility, flooding and geotechnical hazard risks. For brevity, I have adapted the schedule prepared by Mr. Cleese and his planning evidence in chief to record my position in Appendix 1 of this summary statement. This evaluation has considered the proponent evidence, submitted evidence and technical reviews, joint witness statements and rebuttal evidence. I consider that there is now sufficient evidence to establish the rezoning as appropriate in respect to housing and business efficiency and development feasibility, water and wastewater servicing, stormwater management and flooding and geotechnical natural hazard risks. I note the Commissioner has signalled that he will likely be seeking clarification from council experts, and that's happened. Pending any additional advice and information that the Commissioner may require, and based on the expert evidence, I'm confident that the adverse effects associated with the development that would be enabled by the rezoning can be effectively managed by the ODP, and that's working in combination with the other district plan objectives, policies and rules and other relevant planning instruments. There continues to be areas of disagreement and partial disagreement between the urban design, landscape architects and transport experts. These are recorded in the joint witness statements. As evaluated in Appendix 1, I consider that there are options available to amend the ODP to address the remaining areas of disagreement. This includes in respect to integrating the site into the environment, addressing potentially adverse visual effects, and ensuring the rezoning will not compromise transport network safety and efficiency. Appendix 2 of the summary statement includes a track-changed ODP schedule of amendments. This adds to the ODP schedule of amendments contained in Mr. Cleese's evidence in chief, which I understand is the latest version. I'm just noting the comment from Mr. Smith in terms of referencing Spencerville Road upgrade starting from the side entrance as opposed to Turners Road, I think it was. I acknowledge that some of these amendments have been recommended by council experts but are not supported by the proponent in the joint witness statement or in the proponent's evidence received to date. These have been included should the Commissioner consider they are necessary to integrate the site into the receiving environment and to ensure that the safety and efficiency of the transport network. I confirm on my availability to assist in preparing an amended schedule of amendments with the other planning experts if that would assist. In conclusion, and with the caveats recorded in paragraphs 9 and 10 above, I consider that the evidence is appropriately addressed the areas of concern with the rezoning recorded in the Section 42A report. Where there are disagreements remaining between the experts, I consider that there are options available through amendments to the ODP to effectively mitigate any adverse effects arising from the rezoning. I'm satisfied that PC 23, as amended by the proponent, is consistent with the relevant objectives and policies of the operative Christchurch District Plan, applicable planning instruments, national directions and RMA Part 2. Under these circumstances, I recommend that PC 23 is approved, subject to amendments to the ODP recorded in Appendix 2 of the summary statement. So happy to take you through Appendix 1 and 2, the kind of a record of where we've got to this point, but otherwise happy to respond to questions.
I'll go through those on my own time. And coming out of that, maybe some directions for some further talk between yourself and Mr. Cleese or other people. One thing that just strikes me is that the key issues that were identified in the original 42A report largely arose out of differences between experts in terms of their assessments. What we've heard from, and probably isn't addressed in the 42A report to a high degree, is the concerns expressed by residents in terms of impacts on amenities, like amenity value, effects of increased traffic on Turners Road, effects on their enjoyment of the area with development occurring. Be able to provide some comment in terms of context, in terms of how that should be viewed?
Yeah, look, I think that's a fair comment, and I've certainly relied on the experts to a large extent in terms of that visual interface.
Yeah.
Particularly in terms of those treatments, ensuring that the development can integrate into that site.
Yeah.
In terms of amenity from vehicle movements, it's not typically a consideration, I didn't think.
No.
And I think the road network upgrades are pretty fundamental to that as well.
The concern in relation to safety as a matter which the traffic engineers do address. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure the experts can't talk for residents in terms of their appreciation of what they enjoy now. And that is something which I need to weigh up in terms of my assessments. It's not something I can ask you to answer right now.
There certainly will be a level of change, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah. In terms of the level of change which is experienced by residents, is it comparable to other rezonings which have occurred? Most rezonings which have occurred around Christchurch in the last few years have been within planned growth areas where people have an expectation of growth, and this is probably one of the first ones in Christchurch which has occurred probably since the UDS in 2006, where it's starting to take place outside of the planned growth areas. Would that be fair?
Yeah, certainly, and just reflecting on some of the questioning and responses on day one, I think this site is very unique. It's got the specific purpose zone. There's also some legacy infrastructure available, and obviously a willing landowners that are wanting to develop the site. Otherwise, it's every other sort of rezoning I can think of has been consolidated into an existing site. So greenfield development is typically that's typically the case. The Ohoka rezoning out at Waimakariri might be an example, potentially a bigger scale, but that's kind of intensifying some low density developments from what I understand. But beyond those, I can't think of any other rezonings similar to this where you're actually creating a new settlement.
Yeah.
And that's why I've been very careful to focus on those well-functioning urban environment tests, because they're essentially urban consolidation tests.
Okay. Next stage is going to be me having to sit down and require and work out if there's any merit in yourself and others, and any other experts actually talking further on any of the issues that have been raised. The applicant has indicated to me that they're not going to be providing any response today, and under the understanding that I'm likely to come up with some questions.
Yes.
Just as a heads up, I had thought that questioning in relation, further work in relation to some of the stormwater management flooding issues might be required. And I'll need to answer the responses given by Mr. Norton and Mr. McDonald today to the questions that have been raised as to whether or not they adequately address those concerns or not, or whether any further input into those is required.
I think we would prefer that you took some time, considered everything you've heard, because there's a lot of information, and then just gave us some direction on what would help you in terms of further caucusing, further work, and or any matters you want covered in closing. So that we're helping you, if you like, rather than a dump of stuff
that is what I anticipated. It enables a far more focused approach. So at this stage, we will adjourn the hearing. Pending my initial considerations, and it is likely that some further direction will be issued at some stage next week as to the next steps, which are likely to involve some further reporting by some witnesses or potentially some caucusing. And following that, I would need to consider whether or not I need to have any further questions or to reopen the proceedings to question those or whether they can be dealt with on the papers. Following that, we'll then set a timetable for the applicant to respond, and after which I will then look at making my decision report, or recommendation report, sorry. Because the process is that I make a recommendation to the city, and the city council is the body which actually approves or declines the plan change. My role is to recommend. So we will adjourn the hearing now, and pending further directions from myself to come.
Okay.